request virtually to the meeting.
If you want to, yeah, go ahead.
You've got one more that I haven't phoned yet.
We're on.
Okay. Morning. Call this meeting to order. It's the meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. Today is September 12th, 2024. The time is 8:30 a.m. We are meeting today at the Park High School Library in Livingston, Montana. And we will have introductions and a little more about our location here after we get through the consent agenda. So let us start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, will you please call the roll?
Chair Tharp,
Here.
Vice Chair Hedlund.
Here.
Lisa Schmidt.
Here.
Ron Slinger.
Here.
Madeline Quinlan.
Here.
Jane Hammond.
Here.
Renee Rasmussen.
Present but not there.
Gavin Mao.
Here.
Superintendent Arnson's office. Commissioner Christian's office. Governor Jean Forte's office.
Here. Thank you. Montana Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussion will be recognized by the chair in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. Montana Board of Public Ed is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. At this point, we will welcome any visitors who are in the room. Our esteemed colleagues from the university.
Steve Heinrich, Director of Accreditation of the University of Montana. Kim Popham, MSP.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
You're still a senior later.
All right, we will now proceed to the consent agenda. Have discussion on this one. We get a, oh, sorry. Oh, it's the biggest part. Public comment. Is there any public comment at this time? There will be opportunity for public comment prior to taking action on any item as well. All right, proceeding to the consent agenda. We've got a couple of things to discuss here once we get a motion to put this on the table.
Mr. Chair, I move we adopt the consent agenda.
Motion for the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second. All right, you see in here, we had a few items. We got our minutes from the July meeting, our financials. Note the strategic plan is in here as well as our meeting agenda and calendar for 2025. McCall, any comments on the consent agenda? Right?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize it's a little unorthodox to make comments on our consent agenda, but I do just want to highlight a couple items that you'll see in red in your consent agenda, and they're red because they're items that I either formatted or maybe changed some of the language given feedback that I got from each of you after our meeting in July. And so for the strategic plan on page 26, you'll see under 1, 5, and 6 that I've just updated language based on the recommendations that we add some additional language around different concepts at our meeting. The reds, I just want to make sure that there's no additional revisions that need to be made before you all adopt those. And then additionally on the meeting and agenda calendar for 2025, you'll see that on page 34 of your packet, there's some revisions and updates. Specifically under March, we will be meeting in East Helena. Superintendent Rispens is excited to have us join him out there, which will be nice. Typically we're in Helena, so we'll still stay in Helena, but it'll be nice to be out in East Helena. In May, I've moved the action on the accreditation status of all schools. We'll talk a bit more about this tomorrow on the timeline for the accreditation status for this upcoming year. If you remember, we did this in July this year. Next year, it's proposed to be in May. In July, I also changed the expectation from action to review for the public charter school annual reports. Remember, these are just the information that we get from OPI on their performance framework. We'll have opportunity to take action on their actual accreditation separately from that. So I think in my mind, I had them a little jumbled and just wanted to make sure that you all know that the expectation is not for you to take action. There's really no action to take. And then I also added an expectation for the board to receive an Indian Education for All report in July. I think that's actually really important that we just expect that annually. And I think that we'll be able to see some of the best practices happening across the state because it'll be after the accreditation information is all submitted. So we'll see in real time what some of our school districts are doing. I also think it's something that, given the litigation, that is really good for us to know what's happening across the state. And then finally in September, you'll see that our meeting will be in Dillon. We've also added a list. We talked sort of broadly about a list of additional other places. These are folks that I know have mentioned that they're interested in having us come and participate in a Board of Public Ed meeting on their campuses as well. So I just sort of have a short list below that in red, and we'll just leave it on there, and so that each July you guys can come up with a new place. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. Happy to take questions. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Oh, I have a question for McCall. McCall, in September, one of the items is performance and financial reports. Is that for the charter schools or just for the community choice? Is that for all charter schools?
Good question, Board Member Quinlan. I think that is just for the Community Choice Commission. Trying to, right.
Well, I wanted,
Scrolling. Okay. Make sure I have it in front of me. There we go, in September. Oh, review community choice school academic performance and financial reports. That's in the legislation that they're required to submit that to the Board of Public Ed twice a year.
That's the second line of
Yeah.
that item.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So my question would be, we do have an expectation for this year that we'll be receiving quarterly reports from the public charter schools, financial reports, and it's, they're not going to have those done by the July meeting because one of the things we see is how they tie their trustees' financial summary to the last report of the fiscal year. So I think that probably needs to, we need to have an item in September where we've had a chance to look at, and it could even be into November, but I would guess we could do it in September.
Yeah, Board Member Quinlan, that's a good point. We do sort of have we're working on a timeline right now of when different reports will come to this board from the public charter schools. And given that they are required to submit quarterly, we probably will bring those to you quarterly. And then that final annual report, you'll be able to see sort of in its compilation. So we will definitely sort of keep that on our radar. The big one needs to come probably in November, right? And that can be separate than getting their last fourth quarterly report. And then we could have sort of a larger view of it in November once they have a chance to look at it side by side with the TFS.
Great.
And there are comments or questions on the consent agenda?
Renee has her hand up.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Yeah, I just saw on the choice about which place we go to September next year. I'd really like us to consider heavily Lewistown, considering their potential growth. It would be fun, I think, and maybe necessary for us to kind of take a look at the school there and how they're planning for that growth.
Mr. Chair, I'll move it to the front of the list.
Without objection. Right here. And as I review this, I really like the idea that you look at our 6 meetings in 2025, only 2 of them are in Helena. I appreciate the fact that we get out and get around the state. I mean, we are a state agency, yes, but we represent all of the states, so I really like anybody that's getting out. Anything else on the consent agenda? Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank McCall for the changes she made to the strategic plan. I think they reflect what we talked about at our last meeting.
All in favor of adopting the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And can a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Dr. Flame with the motion, for a second?
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Schmidt. Any discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have an agenda. Let's get to work. All right,
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Chris is
actually,
gonna say.
there needs to be a change on the agenda. I'm so sorry. If you remember, on Friday.
okay, on Friday, just as a note, item number 27. Not a formal change, but item number 27 is not going to be occurring. The individual has withdrawn their appeal on that. And so what's going to happen is that as soon as we wrap up with item 26, we'll roll right into item 28. BPE staff assure me that you will still get lunch, but we'll just go right from 26 to 28 and then give lunch maybe for the road, but we will not take a break there because item number 27, that appeal will not be occurring. So, all right, did we vote on that? Okay, I think
We did.
okay, thank you. Okay, item number 1, reports. I will save my report until after we've heard from Chad Johnson. Chad, thank you so much for this great setup and for welcoming us to Livingston.
Chair Tar, Director Flynn, board members, thank you very much. For the record, name is Chad Johnson, CHAD-JOHNSON, Superintendent, Livingston Public Schools. Really on behalf of myself, trustees, students, staff, community, Livingston welcomes you. We're glad you're here. We're glad we got first on that list. I know Miles City, we kind of got first on there, but we're going to take full credit for you coming to us and getting that in. So we welcome you. Thank you very much. We do have a few things I'd like to address and then maybe give a little bit of what the agenda looks like. If you have any questions, please let me know. But we are asking that if you are out and about in the halls and whatnot while in this building, each and every one of you should have a badge. I would ask that you wear that. That is what our staff and students will be able to recognize you as. I think as visitors, please, you receive something at the front. If not, I'll be able to get you that. So we do appreciate that. To hear that our students wouldn't let Dr. Tharp in this morning as he was knocking on the door out back really makes me happy that we are good with stranger danger. And I was saying they won't even let me in the building, so I do appreciate that. Restrooms and as well for the public, it's really nice. The library right here. So the women's bathroom is just right out the door to the left, men's bathroom is right out the door to the right. And I know that's usually something that's pretty important. I do want to thank high school principal Maxwell, assistant principal Nancy, our librarian Kate Lindy, and our students for allowing us to disrupt this room for 2 days. Of course, you guys have a lot of important work to do, but we thank them and allowing this to happen and their flexibility. So I really want to appreciate what they do and the accommodations they made for everybody here today. Then this afternoon, what I hope to do is I'm not going to give times because I think I've messed those times up about 100 different ways, right? I got my staff so confused. We don't know if we're coming or going. But we got 3 things on agenda for you, pretty much starting around lunchtime, which I think is about 11:30. So what we would ask is we'll have you do the old school way, right? We're going to have a tray for you, and you'll get to go through the lunch line. But what we'll do is the cafeteria is directly across from us, right here. Get you served up, and then we'll just scoodle right across the courtyard here back into this room, so you don't have to necessarily sit with students over there, but you can also get work done and move forward in what you need to do. And at that same time, we'll have our farm to school program here presenting kind of the history of their program and how it's been infused within Livingston Public Schools. And just don't ask if there's kale in anything. That's what all I would say right now. Then after that, my plans got a little bit quirky. I was going to load you all up on a bus and take you over to Winans, but that bus is off for a golf trip today. So if I got 2 vans reserved, but if you have vehicles as well, we'll run over to Winans. We'll get it to work. If you do drive over yourself, or even if we drive over as a group, we will park in the bus loading zone on the east side of the Winans campus. So I'll just let you know I'll be there. We'll get you everybody in there. So we'll be over there. You'll get a quick presentation on the implementation of our ELP program, or literacy program. And you're actually going to get to see some kids at work who are doing the assessments, so on and so forth, and going through that. And then we'll load back up, and I'm going to run you over to East Side really quick, where you get a look at our current work-based learning program, which is actually a 6 through 12 program, which is a lot of that. Well, not a lot of that. It's kind of a dual type of program where we have community school collaborative, which is it's a 501c3, right? But there's some Arthur Blank Foundation stuff out there that helps support that at the middle school level. But we also want to thank everybody for transformation and opportunity type of funding and resources in there, right? For advanced opportunity, because that also allows for some of these. And you're going to see some programs, hear a little bit about how we implemented that program. We got some students that will present to you who are starting our nursing program. So we're pretty darn excited what we're able to present there. We hope that ultimately expands. Plan is to get you back here by 2, because I think it says 2:15 is when you pick back up, and we'll make sure to have you back here in plenty of time. And I'm not sure what the expectation was more than that, but welcome, thank you. We're glad you're here. We know you got a lot of work to do today. It looks like a long day. I will be in and out if that's okay. Director Flynn, I believe you have my phone number. And so if at any point you guys need to reach me or get a hold of me, whether it's for IT, whatnot, feel free to contact that number. I'll make sure I answer and take care of whatever you guys need. So thank you very much for your time. Good luck today.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, rolling through, last couple of months, been just like our regular meetings, awful busy with a lot of different things. And, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 6 different executive committee meetings. I had a meeting with the ECS commissioners on August 6th. I participated in a NASB principal collaborative on August 12th. Also, MSDB committee met on August 12th. August 14th was a full day of interviews for our charter school position, and Nicole will talk more about that on her report. Meeting with ACLU and attorneys regarding the yellow kidney discussion on August 19th. 2 different meetings with the accreditation committee on August 21st. Reviewed the agenda with OPI on September 3rd. Assessment committee met on September 9th. A couple of different interviews with newspapers, and then dozens and dozens of emails and text messages and phone calls and everything else like that. So it's been a busy last couple of months, and I'll getting ready for our work for today. Also in my report, you can see on page 36 of your packet, we've got our committee assignments for this coming year. So appreciate everybody's dedication and work, as there's a lot of work that gets done in between meetings as well. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think it might be, because I don't know what it will come up anywhere else in the agenda, but it might be helpful for the board to hear maybe 2 minutes on Kanya and our conversations with them.
Your report. Where are you at?
Well, but so we could have them.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Once we have the gavel, won't you feel free to
Okay.
talk about what happened there?
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you for remembering that. All right, moving on. Item number 2, executive director report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, just really want to thank Livingston Public Schools and the district and everyone for helping make this possible. There's a lot of work that goes on in the school district, and like Superintendent Johnson says, the staff, the kids, all the folks that really help us make this possible, and their schedules and everything to accommodate us being here. So just really want to say thank you for that. We're really happy to be here. I feel like we've been talking about it now for quite some time, so it's awesome to be here. And last night we had an excellent opportunity to sort of be in the downtown. We had a really nice dinner together. We went and met with school board trustees, school staff, some folks from the community. It just was really nice and felt really welcoming. So folks in Livingston have already been incredible hosts, and just really want to say thank you for that. Since our July meeting, our office has been incredibly busy, though I think I say that all the time. But that's just maybe the way it is at this point. I'll give updates on some broad areas. So much of, what we're working on is actually part of your agenda. So I don't want to take too much time talking about any of those items, but certainly if you have questions or want to get into some further conversations, please just stop me. As you know, and Dr. Tharp just mentioned, we were fortunate enough to hire a staff position in the office to support a lot of the public charter school work that we're doing. The position is a program officer position. After interviewing, we had an incredible group of people that applied for this position. I think there was over 28 people that applied. We did a lot of really good work to narrow that down, did 5 interviews, and then, really worked to try to narrow down who would be in this position. And Jenny Butcher is joining us online. She started with us on Monday. And so she's in her first week in the office. She's getting settled and completing, some necessary onboarding, all of those fun things when you become a state employee. I'll let Jenny introduce herself, but just want to first note how grateful we are to have her working. And already she's hit the ground running and is doing lots of things that have been on my mind for a long time and haven't been able to get to. So Jenny, do you want to just say a couple of words about yourself and introduce yourself to the board?
Sure. Thanks so much, McCall. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Jenny Murnahan Butcher. I know I'm a familiar face from my previous role, but I'm so excited to be working with you. I was so impressed with your thorough and thoughtful way that you approached the initial charter school application process, and I'm so excited to be able to support you in that work. Just a little bit about me. I was a teacher in East Helena for 5 years, primarily doing Title I and 5th grade. And then I moved on to working for Montanans Organized for Education and working with parents and community members that care a lot about public schools. So I'm really excited about this new role, and thanks so much for taking me on.
Thanks, Jenny. So I'll give a few updates on charters. Seems like we're getting into the season of charters again. Year 2 is about to be underway. As we know, 17 public charter schools started this fall. They super exciting time, I think, in Montana. Been hearing a lot from many of the public charter schools and how the opening and start of their school year has gone, and just really excited to go visit them and see all of the really good work that they're doing. At our last meeting, I mentioned that I would plan a formal visit to each of them. I'll send out that calendar to each of you, and if you are able to join us, please let me know. I know Dr. Slinger and I know Member Schmidt both have already agreed to go visit schools in certain areas, but if any of you want to join us as well, I'll send you those agendas and we can certainly plug you in wherever it seems like you would like to go. So far, we've scheduled visits this fall to Billings, Missoula, Hamilton, Corvallis, Kalispell, and Frenchtown. Between now and our next board meeting in November, we'll be able to report out in November on how those visits went. You'll also note that then we will be able to visit Helena, East Helena, and Great Falls in the spring, which is sort of great because we will be in all of those places for board meetings, so we can fit that into our board meeting so each of our board members can actually see those and have an opportunity to observe and talk with stakeholders. At each of these stops, the goal is to not only talk with people as part of the public charter school, but also observe what's happening in their classrooms, talk to teachers, talk to students, see how it's working for families to have sort of this additional option. So really excited to hear about those parts. In the meantime, public charter schools are currently preparing school-specific mission and goals as part of their performance frameworks. Those are due to us in October. So we'll be reaching out to them, seeing if they need support and coming up, submitting that information to us so that we have it and it's ready to go. We're also working on those quarter 1 financials, making sure that they understand what the form is asking for, making sure that they understand what the expectation of that information is as well. And then looking forward, the board will accept our applications for year 2 between October 28th and November 1st. Deadline is November 1st at 5 p.m. We really suggest that the board charter committee meet that following Monday to just have sort of a broad review of here's what we received, here's our plan moving forward. Because if you guys remember, November and December were really fast and furious in reviewing applications, and in going through that criteria. So we'll definitely be sending each of you those expectations as far as review and depending on how many we get, we'll potentially split those up again in a way that hopefully makes sense. And then if you have any suggestions on year 2, maybe how it needs to be different than year 1, please do let us know. I know this is still super new for us, so maybe it's all blocked out in your brain, but if you're thinking about it, please let us know if you have any suggestions of how we can help support you in that review. We know it was a lot of work for you as well, so we'll definitely continue those conversations. And then finally, I've made it a priority to visit all 9 of the Mass regions this fall. Thanks. I just want to thank Executive Director Rob Watson for his help in scheduling those. It's totally like Tetris of figuring out when to plug in and how to make a Wednesday in Miles City match with a Thursday in Lewistown and, you know, all of those things. So really appreciate him for actually putting that together and then letting me really tag along to those. My main purpose for these meetings is for each of the Mass regions is really threefold. It's like make an introduction, make sure people know who the Board of Public Education is, make sure they know like what our role and responsibilities are. I think a lot of people are starting to know who we are and the work that we do, but I think for a lot of them also don't know. So just having that touch point and having somebody that they can actually physically see, I think is a big deal. My first Mass meeting, I actually got to go to Dr. Tharp's Mass region, which was really fun. And just, it's also a very big Mass region. But it was really nice to see so many of the people that I typically see on Zoom, but to be in person and have coffee, and it just was really nice. And the conversations have also been excellent. I know I've only been to 2 so far, up in Glasgow and the High Line in Havre, but I think I find a lot of value in just having that opportunity to touch base with them. The second thing I'm really looking at is trying to get them to better understand how we work with the Office of Public Instruction and how when we take action, the implementation and how they present to the board and make recommendations. I think that coordination is really important. And I think there's still some misunderstandings too about how that works. So that was really important. And then finally, it was just to observe, just to see what's going on in these regions, what they're working on, what we can maybe do to help support them. You know, what are some of the pain points? What are the successes? I just think being able to hear that directly is really good. And it really stuck with me at Highline Math. One of the administrators said, you can't raise an athlete when you're feeding them junk food. And that just really stuck with me, that analogy, because I think we talk about that a lot here of how we can best support schools and, you know, we're not adding additional burdens or barriers, but that we're doing things for a really meaningful reason. And so that's gonna be something that's gonna stick with me for a while, is because it was a really thoughtful comment, and it was said in a moment when, you know, they were talking about things that are really meaningful to them as districts. And, you know, I think some of them are sort of at a breaking point, trying to figure out how they do best for kids. So I think we're all really thoughtful here and we'll do our best to support them in those efforts. But just thought that was something I should share with you because it's really resonated with me. But Mr. Chair, that's all I have. Thanks.
Back to the hiring of Jenny, I tell you, hiring people for over 30 years in different positions, and that was absolutely the most rigorous process I'd ever been through. And to see the caliber of the applicant that rose to the top, honestly, schools are struggling to hire people. Every place is struggling to hire. I was quite concerned with what kind of applicants we might get, but our top handful of candidates, any one of them would have been fabulous in the job. So kudos to Jenny for rising to the top of that, and welcome to the team.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Very good to be here this morning. Thanks, McCall, for the great presentation. And thank you, McCall, and the members of the board for your inclusion of the Montana University system in really so much of the rollout of the charter school efforts. As I think we've talked about this table, at this table, and I think something that is very clear is that there is a clear connection in so many of the charter school applications to the Montana University system. And we're already getting calls, engaging with respective school districts on that front for this next round of applications. And the call has been incredibly responsive in helping me make sure that we are most appropriately supporting those school districts as they seek to connect to us in the Montana University system. And I want to thank her and thank you for your support of her in all of that. And in that Monday meeting, after all of the charter school applications have been received, I'm just wondering if we can be a part of that conversation, just so we can start to plan, see what's in there, and see which ones might be connected. And I would anticipate that as ex officio, we might already be included, but in case we might not be, I just wanted to put that out there. If we can just get out ahead of that list, see where we might be ready to jump in and plug in as soon as you folks make your approvals and make sure that we have everything. So, but thank you so much for your continued support of us and supporting our campuses and the K-12 community and connecting.
Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and roll right into your report. Dr. McLean from the Commissioner's Office.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and I can see that we have my colleagues from the Office of the Commissioner back in Helena on with us. So good morning to you, Christine. Good morning, Sierra. And I will put this over to them momentarily, but before we get to that place, you have in your packet, I think, a very well written, well laid out proposal, which came at the request of the accreditation committee when we met with you towards the end of August. And I think it outlines not only our ask of you, but our intention to partner with the Office of Public Instruction in bringing a recommendation to you to see that change to Chapter 55 that would allow for the requirements for graduation purposes of that third year of math. And so I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to use the commissioner's report today to revisit the conversation that we had in July regarding the math needs of students in the Montana University system, as well as across the state. We appreciated the conversation then and continue to appreciate the attention of the full board, the Board of Public Ed Accreditation Committee, and the Office of Public Instruction. Each of you have given this very important and timely issue, I think, a great deal of attention since July. In fact, Dr. Murrow from the Office of Public Instruction presented us with a very valuable Excel sheet, which reflected the K-12 schools in Montana that already have the requirements of that third year of math. And gosh, that was really quick turnaround, and a great report of that through the accreditation committee in August. And so today, again, I'm joined by my OT colleagues, Sierra Franks Ongoy and Christine Miller, to see if we can work with our partners to bring forth a recommendation to the board to amend Chapter 55 to require that third year of math for high school graduation. If we could work with the Office of Public Instruction, our hope would be to bring a recommendation to you in this regard. And then this change could be made to the Chapter 55 accreditation standards in time to impact students as early as the 2025-26 academic year.
Sorry, your time's up.
Are we good to go? Commissioner, we want you to know that we recognize that this is no small undertaking at all for you, for the K-12 school districts who do not have it. And by our best math at the Office of the Commissioner, based on what Dr. Merkel presented, we think it's about 28% of the schools in the state who don't have that requirement. So it's no small undertaking, in that it is important that we start to move the dialogue forward today in order to support math attainment efforts as soon as possible and a growth in those efforts. And so to support these proposed changes and to recognize that as a state, we need to pursue additional strategies to strengthen math attainment, the Montana University system would encourage this board as well as the Board of Regents to jointly adopt a math attainment action plan that could be developed jointly by the Board of Public Education and the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education staff with the OPI staff in time to be placed on the Board of Education agenda in November. And we continue board members to be deeply thankful for the strong partnership between the Montana University system and this board. And we look forward to continued good work with each of you on this. And so right now, what I'd like to do is just turn it over to my colleagues back at the Office of the Commissioner office in Helena, Christine and Sierra, to revisit some of the important data pieces that we talked about in July, some of the pieces that we might have revisited during our accreditation committee meeting in August, and basically just kind of highlight some of that discussion in this regard. And so Christine and Sierra, I would turn it over to you for a few minutes and then I'll come back and close. And I think Mr. Chair will be done well in advance of our 15 minutes that you have given us.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Angela, Chair Tharp, members of the board. Thanks for having us this morning and really nice to be with you. I'm just going to do a quick sound check. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. So it's hard in this virtual environment. Well, I'm Christine Miller. I'm our Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement at OCHE and work with Angela and Sierra. We also work with a system-wide MUS Developmental Education Steering Committee that is kind of tasked with college readiness in math and writing and strengthening our policy, practice, pedagogy, curriculum to help students who need additional support to be successful in math and writing. And over, the years, we've been working with that group to do many things in the university system to meet that need. I do just want to kind of revisit some of our conversations that we've had over the past several months, year or so with this board, just to kind of place in context where that recommendation that Angela shared is kind of coming out of. And then, of course, Sierra and I can be here to answer any questions or provide comments or on discussion points. I think, we all are all concerned with students' math proficiency. At the university system level, we consistently see over the past 10 years about 1/3 of entering students kind of falling below that level of math preparedness that we think that they need to be successful in college. Again, we've done a lot to kind of bolster our support of those students once they get to us, but we know that math preparedness isn't just a college success issue, it's a college access issue, and it's also a career access issue. So when we come and talk to you, this of course isn't just about, we want students who come to the university system to be better prepared for us. Of course, we want that for them. This isn't also just about K-12. This is about us kind of coming together as education partners to be able to say, this is an area that I think our K-12 partners are thinking about at the OPI. Of course, all of you on the board, of course, at our local district level. And we are thinking about that too here at OCHE and of course, across our campuses. And so this is really about us all coming together to think about how we can help increase math attainment and math proficiency for students in our state as they're going on to whatever post-secondary education, whether that's a certificate, 2-year degree, 4-year degree, if they're going into military, if they're going into careers after. So we're really pleased that we are all ready to have this discussion together and think that this recommendation to adopt a 3rd year of math as a minimum graduation requirement is a really important step, though of course it's not the only one. Just to kind of reiterate how we came to this recommendation, our steering committee that's comprised of academic administrators, math faculty, advisors, kind of a whole slate of folks of different kinds of roles across the university system. When OPI developed the new content standards, our steering committee looked at that to say, how do those content standards match up to what we expect for different math pathways, different math courses as students are entering the university system? And do we see alignment there, or do we see gaps? The first thing, and we shared this last time, is that I think our whole committee felt very strongly that those revised content standards were really good. Not only do they kind of rearrange and make more clear for educators at the K-12 level what the kind of outcomes and expectations are, but they also really align, they don't assume that the algebra, right, is the kind of peak math course and steer everybody towards that. They don't assume a STEM degree pathway or education pathway or career pathway for all students. They really are broad enough and provide a strong foundation for students to pursue any kind of, again, post-secondary opportunity, whether that's career or college. So that's really strong. I think the place where our steering committee and in particular our math faculty saw some gaps is that 2 years just is not enough. It's just not enough to get students the foundational knowledge and skills that they need to be able to go into any one of those pathways. Again, whether that's post-secondary at the certificate level, a CTE degree, a 2-year degree, a 4-year STEM degree, a healthcare degree, all these necessary fields, right? That 2 years just won't get them there. And so that's really where this recommendation is coming out of. Now, Angela mentioned that the OPI provided us with some information, and again, as best we can kind of identify, close to 30% of our high schools. And I think that maps onto about 30% of our students aren't getting that 3rd year requirement for graduation. Now, you could look at that in a couple ways. One way to look at that is to say, well, 2/3 are, and that's really good. And that is true. 2/3 is really good. I think the way we look at that is if we are looking at this constellation of strategies on the policy level, on the curricular level, on the pedagogical level across this P20 spectrum, we still have 1/3 of our students who aren't getting the opportunity and don't have the right policy infrastructure to get that bump up to what they need to be proficient, particularly under these new core and core plus standards. So I just wanted to reiterate that that's kind of where this recommendation is coming from. That's how we are thinking about it. And again, I want to affirm Angela's comment that the university system stands ready and willing and very excited and eager to work with our K-12 partners and thinking about how we can make this a reality in our Montana high schools, whether that is collaborating with our Montana Digital Academy, who's again, over these past year or so has really affirmed their strong support and desire to, possibly look into a virtual asynchronous or synchronous option for developing a 3rd year that could be deployed in our high schools that might not have that, or whether it's looking to dual enrollment opportunities, whether that's looking to our existing K-12 schools that do have currently a 3rd year math requirement and seeing models that are effective and work within the very real confines of teacher shortages, budgets, et cetera, that we know all education spaces in our state are facing. So I just want to reiterate that support, reiterate our commitment, and thank the board for considering this and moving quickly on this. We're here to answer any questions, provide any comments, and of course, to be collaborative partners going forward. So Angela, I'll turn it back to you. Sierra, if I missed anything, which I may have, please jump in. But thanks for the opportunity and really excited about this big step.
Thank you so much, Christine and Sierra, for joining us. Before I close this conversation out, I would look to the board members to see if they have any questions for Christine or Sierra in this regard.
Mr. Chair, I'm very interested in this conversation. I also wonder in the larger context, since our challenges with student proficiency in math begins at the very early grades. How do you put all that into context mean, I think as we might look at adding a third year of math requirement, we also need to look at what's going on in the entire K-12 space. So I guess I just appreciate your thoughts on that.
Angela, sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time seeing, so I can't see if you're jumping in there, Angela.
No, I thought I would wait for you to add, but let's see what
Sure.
you offer first. Sound good, Kristen?
Yeah, sure. I guess thanks for the question, and I think it's really relevant, right? Like, I think that part of this conversation is that we can't just look at higher ed, we can't just look at high school, we can't just look at, early elementary. I think we have to look at this as a broad spectrum together. I will say, our steering committee really focused on that transition from high school to college and the alignment of those standards to what our gateway math courses are at the post-secondary level. And that's really kind of where the recommendation is coming out of. Again, I don't think that is the exclusive strategy that will sort of solve our math proficiency problems. And in fact, we've been talking internally and with our partners across the state, and I think that it would be really wise of us as education partners to work together to look more broadly at this challenge and say, what are we doing in all of these areas? And maybe that's where, collectively, whether it's our office, universities, all of you at the board, the OPI, individual districts, K-12 districts and schools, look and say, what are our strategies, and kind of come up together with a plan and sort of think about, how do we change our education teacher prep programs to strengthen math proficiency as a goal. And that's something we can continue to do on the university side. What can we do at the individual district level? Can we share pedagogical strategies across the board? And that's something that I think Superintendent Hedlund brought up at the last meeting. So I guess, I don't have the answer to that, but I think that we would do well to understand that we need many strategies. And if we can come up with a collective action plan together and kind of follow that through to increase math proficiency, I think that would be a good approach that kind of connects us in pursuing those collective goals.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I think I fully am in support of the third year of math requirement. I do not question that at all. But so if there's 183 high schools in the state and you have 28%, that's 51 of them. I'm guessing it's disproportionately rural, 4-day school week. I mean, we're talking about a population that are struggling in a lot of ways. So if we move forward with that, we would have to look at that impact on them and how to assist them in getting there. I think to Boardman and Quinlan's point, I absolutely do not believe this is the magical seltzer. We're by third grade, we're at 50% proficient in math. So it's starting in K, kindergarten, it's moving on up to build that number up so it's better that way. And so, when you look at like a Bozeman High School where 80% of their kids go to college, I'm guessing they're much better than the percentage that we see here. But when you look at some rural communities that I deal with, where less than 10% of their kids go to college, right? My hunch is they're probably failing in some of those areas. So part of that equity mindset with this whole proposal, I think, will be incredibly important. How do we wrap around supports for the school districts? And then how do we also start younger? I mean, the numbers, it does not shock me at all last meeting when your report said that number of people, we know that their proficiency level of math is low. So it didn't shock me at all when I saw it. Of course it is. And the vast majority of school districts, 72%, have a third year already, and we're still at those numbers. Okay. So that's very bothersome, right? So I just think it's a much broader, bigger topic and a much broader approach. But don't get me wrong, I'm fully in support. I'm fully in support of the third year requirement.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Slinger, you kind of made a few of my points. I made it a point to really read through the content standards, especially at the high school that we were proposing in math. And to be honest with you, I really like them a lot. My concern is that we have done a lot of changing for schools, for superintendents to swallow, for just a lot of things. And I'm concerned about any kind of speed that we would put on this, number one. And number two, math seems to be a touchy subject for change with community and parents and things like that. And I want to make sure that due diligence has been done to prepare all schools, all parents, all communities for this change and why it's necessary and what it could gain, and give schools a time to reach out and do some hopefully well-provided public meetings. Well-provided means somebody help with the schools, somebody help the schools prepare that information. So I want this to work, but I think for it to work, we're going to have to be very deliberate about this and very careful, and that may mean a little bit of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you so much to OCHI for reaching out to partner to address this unacceptable proficiency and unacceptable success rate on math for college or career. And I would say that that we need to find, our job is to find strategies to get these kids to be successful, however that is. So thank you so much for offering to partner. Clearly there are lots of different things we need to do, but we're in an unacceptable situation right now, and we need to address it.
I have one more question for Angela, and that is, are any of the charter school proposals that you're having conversations about, are any of them focusing in on math?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, what I would tell you is that as I looked at programs like the early college program at Billings, and as I've had conversations with other charter programs that connect with us, I think that there's a more global connection with making sure that students come in with an X number of credits in the Gen X for us. So it's all across the board. No specific zeroing in on math yet. Perhaps some more focused attention on STEM in general, but nothing that I would tell you specifically points to one single math piece, but maybe some general STEM and some Gen Ed efforts.
Angela, could I just add a note to that? You know, Angela's our resident expert on charter schools, so I won't comment on the content and kind of the academic focus of those proposals, but I will say that there's a lot of research that demonstrates that increased math course taking at the high school level translates to higher enrollment and degrees earned across 2-year and 4-year degrees in STEM fields. And so I think that those charter school focus on STEM, like Angela said, there's not a kind of explicit, like this is a math charter school, right? But I think with our, not just our education focus on STEM, but really kind of our workforce and economic focus on STEM, whether that's through things like, you know, tech hubs or energy development in the state or whatever it is. I think that focus on STEM and those workforce goals in STEM fields is really, again, supported by increased math taking. And there really is strong research showing that connection. So just to kind of offer that as a reference point.
I am so old that when you say STEM, I still think 6 through 8 mathematics. Because that was the partner program to go with SIMS, which is not the small school outside of Vaughan. The Systemic Initiative for Montana Mathematics and Science, which originated through a significant grant back in the 90s and a partnership between our 2 flagship universities.
I think we should bring it back.
Well, and that's what as I look at these revisions, which we're going to be talking about in item 17, the revision to the math standards, it is a shift back to what many of us were saying is the way to present math over 30 years ago. But to Dr. Slinger's and Board Member Schmidt's concerns, very legitimate concerns, there's more that needs to be discussed. There needs to be a discussion around early childhood numeracy. We're focused on early childhood literacy, but somehow in society, it's acceptable to say, well, I wasn't very good at math, and so my kid isn't either. And that ticks me off as a former math teacher. We need to look at that numeracy. We need to look at, as you was already discussed, the educator prep programs. We need to have more rigorous math prep for elementary staff. As a secondary math teacher, I had to take 2 separate. I had to take a 5 through 8 and a 9 through 12 math standards and pedagogy class. I think this is part of a large discussion. And like Dr. Slinger said, even if we say we're going to open 55 up and require a 3rd year of math, okay, so a 3rd year of requiring students who are already coming into high school at less than 50% proficiency, what's that going to do? I'm not opposed to this at all. But I'm also concerned that schools and administrators out there may be at a tipping point where we say, okay, now we're going to require 3rd year math on top of everything else that they have dealt with ESSER, with all of the changes that have happened with the accreditation and everything else, that they are just going to say, no more, we can't do it. This is just as a report from OG. This is not an action item or anything like that. But, and as I've been open with Angela on this for years, I would be fully in support of this board at our next meeting, having a recommendation to recommend that schools consider a 3rd year as a first step. But I think if we're going to do something, it needs to be systemic. It needs to be something that we're working with the OPI, working with the educator prep programs, working with universities on what they need students to come. And it's like even working with Head Start, figuring out what sort of things do we need to be getting in that level, so that the first time we assess these kids in 3rd grade, we're not already at a 50% proficiency. Board Member Rasmussen.
I couldn't have said it better, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion.
Well, I can just close out if board members are okay. This has been an absolutely outstanding dialogue. Again, we want to thank every member who sat on the Math Standards Revision Committee. We think that you have a very good product there that I think will lend itself to greater proficiency and development at those elementary levels. We think that this is a key next step. We heard you loud and clear with each of the bullet points that each of you so articulately defined within the last few minutes. And so basically, what we are looking to do, and you may have just added one other piece to this, Mr. Chair, is perhaps have you consider a recommendation where you would strongly recommend a 3rd year of math so that school districts could really start working on that right now, even before any changes come to chapter 55. It would be just a strong recommendation, not an official change. Then hopefully we could work with our partners at the OPI to get you that recommendation so that you could open up chapter 55 and then consider some potential revisions that would allow for that 3rd year of math. Then we'd like to work with your staff, work with the OPI, and work with our team at OCHI to develop a comprehensive math attainment action plan that perhaps we could work with the governor's office then to ultimately place on the Board of Education agenda as early as the November meeting, and they would have a second item in addition then to the unified budget to consider. And so we think that that would be an opportune time to elevate this, start putting this at top of mind for the superintendents across the state. And I do want to close with this, and I hope you read this loud and clear in our document that we submitted. The Montana University system stands ready to work with this board, to work with the OPI, to work with the K-12 districts in making this a reality and to seeing this math attainment plan, should it be successfully evolved and then brought to the Board of Ed and passed there, see that to fruition across the state. This isn't just something that we think we need to see changes on at our end, but that we stand ready to help with every single step of the way by engaging our EPPs, engaging our partners across the state on every single campus, and getting to a different place with some of this data that we're seeing in regards to math. And so we just are incredibly grateful to you for this strong partnership and for your leadership with us on this front. So I don't have any more unless you have any questions for me or my colleagues back at the office.
Do you have anything else for Dr. McLean?
So if we're moving on from math, I do have an invitation to all of you. We are having our third annual Montana's Future at Work Summit at Big Sky at the Wilson Hotel. We have a block of rooms reserved. There is no cost to attend. The event is Tuesday and Wednesday, October 15th and 16th. We will explore high school to college, high school to workforce readiness. We will have an industry panel where we will talk about how industry and employers can connect in a strategic way with education. We'll have a student panel talking about what supports they need from employers and from the educators, whether it's at the K-12 level or at the post-secondary level. We have our folks in education design labs coming, and they're going to be presenting some of our data, our very early data on what we have already produced around those micro pathways that I first brought to you last September when we hadn't even started the initiative. We've already rolled out multiple pathways. We've almost met our goal when it comes to developing the micro pathways and some really early strong data on that good work. And so we'll have that, and then our campuses and our team members will leave with an action plan about how ultimately we can partner, do more to continue this already very successful but very important work with all of you on behalf of the students that we serve. So October 15th and 16th, I can send McCall the registration link. And again, there's no fee to register, and we would just love to have you there.
Actually might work in my calendar. Look forward to seeing the information on it. Anybody have any questions or anything else for Dr. McLean? Regarding the topic of math, I want to refer that to the accreditation committee for discussion before our next meeting. And I would, at that, prior to our next board meeting, just let you know, I would entertain an agenda item of a resolution to recommend a third-year math, at least get that ball rolling, let people know that we're serious about this. But like I said, it needs to be part of the larger initiative of addressing everything P20, not just P1. All right, moving on to item number 4, Governor's Office, Dylan Plattmeyer. Dylan, how's the baby doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He's doing good, hopefully coming home this week. So I'm bummed that I wasn't able to join you there in person in Livingston, but it's great that the board is getting out to more school districts. So look forward to joining the next one. Yeah, Mr. Chair, with the new school year underway, the governor looks forward to visiting classrooms this fall. Just this week, actually, the governor was at Superior High School to discuss cell phone-free school policies. As I'm sure you saw, last month, the governor sent all district superintendents and school trustees a letter encouraging them to adopt cell phone-free school policies to reduce learning distractions and other negative side effects associated with constant online access. In the letter, the governor referenced data from Common Sense Media that shows that daily screen time for teens has increased to 8.5 hours, and that 97% of teens report using their phones during the school day. In Superior, he met with 2 students, a teacher, the principal, superintendent, and the school board chair to talk about how their cell phone free school policy is working. They've had a policy in place since 2005 and just updated it last year. Superior's policy is that during instruction time, cell phones must be turned off and not on the student's person, but students do have flexibility on where they store it, whether it's in their bag, locker, in a classroom cubby, or at the front desk. And if students need to contact their parents or vice versa, they simply have to make a request and they're allowed to make that contact. So everyone that the governor spoke with said that flexibility on how and where students store their phones has actually led to very little pushback from students or parents, because it doesn't come across as a ban, but simply a process for ensuring distraction-free learning. The superintendent said that when he hires new teachers from outside the district, they consistently remark at the effectiveness of Superior's policies in classroom management and student engagement. They're following a modified version of MTSBA model policy, and the governor just encouraged all school districts to take a look at what they're doing and see if it might work for their school. And Superior is a rural Class B school, but he looks forward to getting to some larger school districts as well this fall. The governor recognizes that school districts have local control, but he looks forward to working with the board, OPI, and other education and health partners at the state level to see what kind of resources we can provide to assist districts. We know that not only does academic performance suffer from constant technology distraction, but there's also real physical and mental health impacts that come from constant online access as well. Just a few other updates on that we've been working on. The State Workforce Innovation Board is getting more involved with youth workforce development, as I've said in the past. So we had our last SWIB meeting in August at Dawson Community College in Glendive, and got to hear from the college president as well as Superintendent Schreibeis with Glendive Public Schools about their dual enrollment programs and pre-educator prep programs to support teacher recruitment and retention, as well as career development to keep students in the region when they graduate high school. And the work that they're doing over there is pretty impressive and has definitely been a big benefit to southeastern Montana, along with the work that Dr. Slinger is doing over there in southeastern Montana. As Dr. Tharp said, the Education Commission of the States met this summer as well with the staff at the National ECS office. And they invited Montana to participate in a community of practice on post-secondary and workforce pathways. We'll join a handful of other states to share best practices, and then ECS will produce a report with some recommendations for us. The people participating in that are Chair Tharp, Representative Linda Rexton, Joe Teal from OCHI, Mary Heller from OPI, and Jennifer Owen from the Department of Labor and Industry. We felt it was important to have their voice there as well. At your board meeting in May, I shared that the U.S. Department of Education announced they're moving forward this school year with changes to Title IX regulations that threaten equal opportunity for women and girls in education, and that the governor and the state of Montana are actively pushing back on. Since then, several federal courts have placed injunctions on the new rules in states within their jurisdiction, which represents about half the country, including Montana. Regardless, the department announced last month that they're moving forward with enforcing the regulations in the jurisdictions without injunctions, which is going to lead to confusing and unequal application of Title IX regulations. Montana is one of the states covered by federal injunctions. So for the time being, our schools and colleges are still operating under the previous Title IX rules. The last thing I want to remind the board of, and there's been some discussion already this morning, at your next meeting in November, and Ms. Bozeman, there will be a joint session with the Board of Regents and Governor to review and approve the proposed executive budget for education going into the next legislative session. I still need to get with the chairs of the respective boards to solidify when that's going to occur, but it will most likely be Friday afternoon again at the conclusion of your individual meetings. And I just want to say I appreciate all the work that you and your staff do with the governor's budget office leading up to this to prepare the executive budget. Next week, the Education Interim Committee closes out its last meeting, and I imagine we'll be spending much of the fall focused on preparing for another successful legislative session for education policy and education funding. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take any feedback or any questions, but that's what I have for now. Thank you.
Firstly, I appreciate the letter that the governor's office sent out. I've shared with lots of folks the book that I listened to this summer, The Anxious Generation, subtitled How the Great Rewriting of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness by Dr. Jonathan Haidt. And he backs it up with a lot of research and data, and comes to the same, at the end, comes to the same conclusions as what the governor's office has stated, is that this disruption is not only a distraction in the classroom, but it's leading to significant mental health issues as well. So yeah, have as much, or even a fraction of the windshield time that I have, it's a good listen to on. Yes, please.
Could you share that letter with the board? The cell phone free policy letter, be interested in seeing that.
Anybody have any other questions for Dylan? All right, well, thank you for your time, and we'll see you in November.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, item number 5, student representative report. Gavin.
Thank you, Chair Tharp and members of the board. Let's see, I'll start off talking about MASC. So last year we had a few members of this board, and I serve as one of the kind of panels in our workshop classes, and it was in Helena, Montana last year. The one this year is scheduled for November 17th through 19th, and they're asking not that there's maybe a workshop this year, but that at least 1 or 2 members could attend. That's a Sunday through Tuesday, once again, the 17th through 19th. I will be giving an address not as MASC executive chair, but as the student representative. I'm going to share kind of what the board does. And of course, since this is my last term, I'm going to be sort of, pushing that, maybe this is a position you might want to apply for if you're a student leader in Montana. Yeah, after that, between November and March, several district meetings will be held across Montana, and they'll push applications, and of course, I'll reach out to find applicants for who will be sitting in this chair this time next year. Other conferences I'm doing, the National Association of Student Councils is doing their national conference in Chicago, January 31st through February 2nd. I'll be attending with an envoy of other MASC leaders. I don't really know what to expect, but probably the same stuff as our state conference, just like honing in leadership skills and learning from other student leaders nationwide. So I think that'll be a great opportunity. McCall shared with me, there was, I forget her name, but the National Association of State Boards of Education reached out, and on September 26th, they're holding their new student member institute, like webinar sort of. I'll be doing that. I think it'd be pretty cool. I don't really know what to expect. Kind of the same thing, learning how other, let's see, I have their website pulled up. Maybe just 1 second.
And while you're looking for that, Mr. Chair, just want to say that now that we're members of NASB, they have sort of all of these other organizations and member opportunities. So one of the first things they did was reach out and was like, we know that you guys have a student rep. We'd love to have him join for these conversations. So it's a whole other sort of piece of being a member that our student rep also has an opportunity to do some professional development with NASB.
Yeah, it's an awesome opportunity. I got put in a group with 5 others, and there's a student that was formerly on the Pennsylvania State Board of Education, one on the California State Board of Education, and then Maryland, Kentucky, and then a current 3-year serving member on the Nevada State Board of Education. So I'm really excited to learn from those guys. One of the topics that was listed in like the, several key points that we're going to address was student outreach using technology, which is something that I've been trying to do with my student input survey report. I think a lot of weight will be taken off my shoulders learning what those guys do instead of, trying to talk to Google every every other week. There's also the National Student Board Member Association, which reached out to me through MASC. I attended their Start Plus conference, and that stands for Student Trustee Action Readiness Training. It was a 3-day thing. I could only go for a day because I was down in Texas, and I attended a webinar talking about like sort of what the governor's letter was about, like cell phones in class and how like student members should be addressing that, because I'll talk more about that in a second, but that's been just like, you know, a very prevalent issue nationwide, that I'm sure all of you have seen and I've seen lots of. Talking about that student input survey, you know, it's been a busy time of year. School just started, so I haven't really worked too much on it. But in our last, 2 weeks ago, during our MASC meeting on Monday, district presidents were asking if they could have like an input on it, and I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So we're thinking about rolling it out at the MASC conference, not to the students just attending, but giving them a link and having them share it with their own student councils. It'd just be a really great way, a lot less work for me to just have everyone in one place, and then go back home and distribute that to all their students. Also talked about was a student panel, which we did, I believe, a year ago in Miles City. So we're looking at maybe an item in January in Helena that we could do with members of MASC, if that's, I don't know, I'll talk more with you guys about that as it gets closer, but they're interested in talking with you guys and learning more about what the board does. Let's see. So talking more about the governor's letter, I attended on Monday the local school board meeting, and our superintendent kind of passed that down and give like, we highly recommend cell phone free classrooms and stuff. And so I've seen huge changes this year, and a lot of it's for the better. I take 6 classes and 5 out of the 6 are cell phone free. It's been a great change. You've really like, you know, hearing this and then noticing it in the classroom is kind of awesome to see. It's like before COVID, everyone would always like talk to each other and kind of never really got back there, even to this day where it's not nearly as prevalent as it was. But I think it's doing a lot of great things, and teachers could come up and talk to this panel about, you know, what their opinions were on cell phone free classrooms, and it was all positive stuff. So that was taken into account by our superintendent, and maybe it'll be a mandatory thing in the future. I'm not sure. In other items, another thing I've noticed, a few months ago, Helena proposed a bunch of levies for education. Unfortunately, none of them passed, and you really could feel it or teachers could feel it this year. I think most of the teachers at Capital and Helena High are taking an extra class. They're staying longer. We have a new intervention time on Mondays where teachers can kind of, you know, catch up on work and stuff, because they're being given extra duties, and students can do the same. But, you know, the silver lining of that is that, you know, maybe it's just in Helena, but I'm sure this is something that we're seeing statewide, is the students have like noticed this, and it's brought a lot of awareness to the issues Montana schools are facing with, you know, being staffed and just stuff like that. And so for our there's a student representative on the local board of education, and, you know, year to year, they get maybe 8 or 9 applicants for Capital High and Helena High. Each school gets a seat on the board. But there were like 50 or 60 this year, which was like really cool to see. So I think it's good that kids are noticing the issues that are facing Montana education today, and they're taking action on it. I got to see the 2 representatives speak at that board meeting on Monday for the first time, and it's cool. They're really passionate about the issues we're facing. Yeah. Let's see. believe that might be all. I think it is. I think that's all.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Gavin?
Gavin, I'd like to plant a seed with you. I would love to have a strategy for getting student voice on this conversation we've just had about math and increasing the graduation requirements, but also well, I think probably the conversation with you would be a high school focus. But making sure we got some student input and some student voice in that policy discussion.
Yeah, is that so? Are you talking about having like an in-person panel come in or?
Well, there could be different strategies. I mean, a panel would be one thing, but it's kind of a one-off.
Yeah.
Whereas getting some ongoing input would be, in my mind, would be a better way to approach it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a proposal, maybe we can do some Zoom session with your MASC board to start, because I know that that has various reps from across the state on it, and then maybe we can think about how they gather some information from, you know, their regions, and then maybe we can just stay in touch. Like, we'll be able to have numerous conversations between now and November, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds.
Touch base on that.
It's definitely something we should do.
Dr. McLean?
And I would ask, please include us and let us know how we can help facilitate that. Because we want to be at the table, and then I too have a plug. I was waiting for your report. We have one of our most important university system initiatives coming up, starting on September 30th and going through October 14th, and that is College Application Week. That is when a college application to every Montana campus, not just the university system campuses, but the tribal colleges and the private colleges, is free to Montana residents. And so just if you would please use that influence that I think is having such an impact with the growing number of applicants at the local level. If you could please use some of that influence to help spread the word. Encourage your fellow seniors across the state to take advantage of that opportunity for free applications. And then also, I would also ask, as you do that, to also start embedding in your conversation the importance of FAFSA completion. It's a real critical part of that financial literacy piece. I think that all of our seniors need to be in high school with is the understanding of the importance of completing that document. And so reach out to our office if you have any questions. But thank you for your continued leadership and really for creating a true voice for students at this Board of Public Ed table. And so thank you for that good work, and let us know how we can help you with the FAFSA.
Yeah, Sheriff Dr. McLean, FAFSA is something I'm going to mention. Like, I created my account recently because, you know, I've started my application process to all kinds of places. So did you say College Application Week was the 30th through the 14th?
Yes, we moved it to 2 weeks during, you know, to make sure that we were getting all those students who might be remote during COVID, and we just left it.
All right. Yeah.
September 30th.
September 30th.
Yeah.
So a full 2 weeks. And then we have our Apply Montana portal, where college application on all of our campuses in the university system is free all of the time. So Montana residents can access that all of the time, but we negotiate partnerships with all of the other campuses for this 2 week period, and everything. There is no fee to apply to any of the campuses in the state during this 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's something on right away. I didn't realize it was so soon.
What's not that long?
Well, to be fair, I saw a picture of Dr. Swinger this summer passing out MCC applications at a lemonade stand this. One's early on.
Always.
Anything else, Kevin?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Next up on our agenda is MSDP, so I'll hand the meeting over to Chair Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. MSDB started off fast and furious. I had a chance to visit just for a very short time the teacher in service before school got started, and that was really enlightening, and as McCall said, you know, that face-to-face stuff, we sure get a lot out of it. Paul, are you ready to talk about what's going on and give your report?
So, Board Member Schmidt, I am, but I'm wondering if my audio is working. Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I'm not sure what's going on, but I am, and we appreciate you, Board Member Schmidt, coming here and talking to our staff. As McCall would remember when she did her, and I believe it was Board Member Lacey at the time, came to MSDB and did some listening sessions. That connection to the board was big on the staff's agenda and wanted things to change. And that definitely was a good high point of our day to have you there, just as Renee's done over the past several years, being present during formal dinners and stuff. And that's, I'm glad that's going to continue. Although we will miss you, Board Member Rasmussen, but excited to have you there, Board Member Slinger, and then Board Member Schmidt. So I understand things change, and that's even for the better. But let's get through this, because I'm going to help you get from page 45 into your packet to almost page 300 of your packet. So I'm going to take half of your agenda away here in the next 20 minutes or so. First thing I'll ask you to do is take action on some action items. The first being a personal action report, which I believe is on page 45 in your packet. 46 actually. We have some really good hires and unfortunately a couple resignations, but the hires are Sydney Hess to work in our cottage as administrative assistant, Devaney Book working as a scheduling secretary, public relations. And then Amy Tingan, if you remember right, was on the retirement last spring. And we talked her back into, well, she talked herself into missing MSDB, and we liked her missing us. So we are hiring her back. She was a VI, a visually impaired consultant. Now she's a DHH consultant for us, so it will be good to have that perspective. Devaney is a retired veteran and excited to have her. She's also a Great Falls High grad. And we're excited to have Sydney, as Sydney is currently a student at Northern Colorado, becoming a licensed interpreter. So hope to keep her in our system for quite a while. Resignation, Sari Brammer was in our resident advisor here in our cottage program. She has been going to school for the last couple of years and has decided that it's just been too much working full-time and being a full-time student, and I get that. Brandy Johnson resigned, and it was bittersweet to let her go as one of our teachers of the deaf in our outreach program. But Brandy also went to work for Bozeman Public Schools, so we know that there's some deaf and hard of hearing students in that Bozeman schools receiving services from her. So we're excited about that part. The next is we have 3 out-of-state travel requests. I believe they start on page 47. One is all schools were allowed to extend their literacy grant money to December 31st, which is now why this is a possibility, is there's a literacy conference in South Carolina that's just for deaf and hard of hearing literacy programs and instruction. So our literacy grant will pay for our literacy team to go down and hear from them. The other one is National Hands and Voices. It's one of our partner groups in the state of Montana, having one of our outreach consultants who sits on the state board attend that national meeting in Spokane. And then you might feel that NRAER Regional Conference is a duplicate from last meeting, and it kind of is, except on this one, it has all of our 4 new VI staff listed on there just for transparency, as they weren't hired when we put in the request last meeting. Third thing we'll ask you to take action on is the OPI discretionary grant that we receive for $110,000 every year. We want to get this done earlier in the year, but with a new outreach director coming in. We wanted her some time to make some changes if she wanted to, and she has, where there's much more focus on training for family advisors and deaf mentors around the state put into that grant, which will benefit all students in our outreach program. And so it was taken out some salary costs, which is in our budget given to us from the governor. So we're not missing anything, except we're actually adding, going to be able to be adding that training to deaf mentors and family advisors. And then the chunk of the agenda, and sorry for confusion, are all these policy changes. And the good thing is most of them are just name changes or minor changes this time. Hopefully we were able to get Mr. Goss from the School Boards Association to provide a document that helped you see the changes, but we will ask you to do final reading on the 2000 series that were first reading in the last meeting, final reading on the 4000 series that were first reading at the last meeting, and then also approval of just those 3000 series policies. This time that our current policies, either with just name changes or number changes, or some of them have some wording changes that are underlined in there. And then final reading, I think it's one policy in the 7000 series that's current policies. So 2000 is found on page 63, the 4000, page 111, 3000, page 125, and 7000 on page 193. And then we don't actually vote on this, but presenting to you for first reading, new policies in the 3000 series on page 196. And then first reading on some policies on 6000 and 7000 series policies. I figured we would have a lot of needed policies in 3000. As looking in those over the last couple of years, we're lacking many policies in that area. So it does not surprise me that they have recommended those for us. So Board Member Schmidt, that is what I have for personal action items. I'm not sure if you want to do those now, and then I do have a few other
Staff changes and hires, and Renee Rasmussen is so excited she's already seconded it. Any discussion? Discussion, any board member comment? Any public comment? All those in favor of the personnel items, say, signify by saying
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Member Schmidt,
I have another motion to approve the MSDB out-of-state travel requests.
motion to approve the out-of-state travel request. Is there a second?
I'll second again.
Second, is there any discussion? Board member comment? Any public comment? Glad you were able to take advantage of the extension on that grant to go to get those conferences in. It should be worthwhile. All those in favor of the travel request, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I have another motion to approve the OPI discretionary grant for MSDB as listed.
Motion to approve the.
I'll second.
By Renee. Is there any discussion? Board member comment? Any public? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, the fourth motion is I make a motion to approve the final reading of the MSDB policies and changes.
There's a second on the
I'll
policy.
second again.
Renee. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes.
question. Paul, I wondered how the whole series of changes that you brought us on the policies fits into the Cognia accreditation, because I know a couple of years ago you were telling us that many policy changes were either recommended or needed as part of our accreditation. I'm just wondering, are these meeting that need?
Good question.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell who is speaking, but yes, so it actually will make our Cognia accreditation even stronger with these most of these policies, or some of the policies that were identified during that time that we did not have. For example, one that we did not have was immunizations and religious, exemptions and things like that. We're now, that's a first reading one, but that's an example. It just came right to my mind was getting caught up on those. So to answer your question, yes, it will help our cognia when we redo that in 2 years.
Thank you for keeping up with all that policy work. That's a highly demanding effort, so thank you.
Any other questions on the policies? Any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Reverend Schmidt.
Paul, you have more.
Yeah, I just want to point out a couple things that were not in the packet that I believe the board should know as we started school now. We had a great in-service with Adam Welcome. I'm not sure if you are familiar who Adam Welcome is, but he comes out of California, and he just talks about what can we do to help kids learn and get kids engaged, and really challenged our staff to think outside the box and provide tools for our students and not get into doing the same thing we've done for years. And it's been such a good in-service that I've already seen. Usually with in-services, it takes a little bit to see, what staff have learned during those in-services. I've already seen Lego walls being ordered here through Donors Choose. I've seen different types of furniture possibly being ordered to help with the engagement in our classrooms. But it was really nice to have our staff go to that for that in-service for the first time we went off campus due to our broadband project going on. And that by far has been the most positive thing that I've heard from staff, is they really enjoyed being off campus in a hotel. One, for they had air conditioning, I'm sure was the biggest part. But two, is I had teachers coming up to me and saying, when we're on campus, all I can think about is what I need to do in my classroom. Or this time they said they really focused on the actual training. So it was good all the way around. We'll be doing off campus in the future, and that's where Board Member Schmidt came and talked to us, and unfortunately had some misbehaving cattle that day and couldn't even eat lunch with us. But we do appreciate her coming, and I can tell you, Board Member Schmidt, that Adam Welcome used a lot of what you presented to the staff the next day in his presentation, and a lot of the same ideas that you presented on behalf of the board and by yourself. He extended, so that was great. It couldn't have been any better. Tomorrow we have our first day with we are working with the Montana State University mentoring program. That was something that we did with some Cognia accreditation, and last year we brought MSU in to do an external audit of our mentoring program. And although it was had some good things going on, they found some things that needed to be addressed. So we're addressing those this year. And one is strong training for the actual folks that will be mentors. And so that actually kicks off tomorrow. We have them here for a 3-hour mentor training, and we'll do that every month throughout the year. When our kids travel home, then we have some free time that we do some PD with, and that's what we'll be doing there. So I'm really excited because we're shifting from matching people up in our mentoring program from, let's say, a history person with a history person, because that would make sense too. But I'm really excited by the way we're doing it this time, because we've found our staff that are really good at creating relationships with people, and we match people based on creating relationships with each other instead of content. And I'm excited to see where that goes, so we can keep people here and have them feel part of our campus or our community with all of our outreach folks. Update on projects. Our broadband project is done. They finished last week. That included updating our entire, well, we didn't have fiber on the entire campus, but now we have fiber in all campus buildings. We have new fiber coming from the switches into every room. We have a camera system in 10 of our classrooms that we will start being able to use with schools around the state is our hope that if there's a kid in Ecolak that might need a Nemeth math class, try to do that via distance. We now have that equipment in 10 rooms. The other thing that was installed was video surveillance. We had 4 cameras prior to that. And we have a lot of activity that happens around us because some of our housing's around. So all that's done. It's exciting. It was a big project. Glad to have it done. We'd love to have everything done in the summer, but unfortunately, the group that was awarded the contract for the bus loop just started last week. So half of our parking lot right now is torn up. Just by looking at it, it's going to be a very nice addition to our parking lot to actually have a nice drop-off loop, bus loop, where we are not having to worry about students now running behind cars to get into buses or parents' cars. So it's going to be very nice. And this group is working hard and they're moving fast. So that should be done probably within 2 weeks, we would think. The sprinkler system in our gym is, you can finally see action going on because so much work had to go into drilling holes where you don't see people. So now you can see it actually being done and they're making progress as well. Just because we didn't have enough to do the first couple days of school, we had one of our big water mains break that fed all the cold water to our residential, our cottages. So our students and parents were champions for a while, being they would have to walk to the gym to take a shower because there was no water in their building. That was finally fixed yesterday. That was 2 weeks ago, and it took us that long to find someone that was able to come and get our work. That was done. And the last project update is the bowling alley is going to start being installed on October 1st. They'll drop off all the equipment September 30th. And that is a project that was done by our foundation, and they have almost got the money for it. If you see our Facebook page, they have a member of the community that has a match grant out there. And if they match that grant, then it will be complete. The biggest thing I want to talk about today is page 261, and it's called the 23-24 annual report. And that's something that we've never done here at MSDB, is actually put a report together of what we did that previous year. So I don't want to go through the report today, except to ask you to look at it. I know some people are much better at myself of finding grammatical errors. So we would like to know about those if you see them, or any suggestions. This has been a dream of mine for 3 years, and because of Bryn Kleinfelter, who's now going to school in London, she was able to do a fabulous job, and then Devaney's kind of finished it. So we just want you to see it. Our staff has been looking at it, and then we'll hope to print this out and have it for the legislative session so people can see what goes on. We had a Northwest or Midwest Mass meeting yesterday here at MSDB, and none of the superintendents from those schools, which are our surrounding schools, had ever been on our campus. I've got to change that. We've got to change that. And this hopefully will help tell our story as well. So, Board Member Schmidt, that was basically the things I wanted to highlight, and I stand for any questions.
Questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I want to commend you on the newsletter. That's amazing. And I love the picture of the group of kids, probably at the Civic Center, when the mayor declared Deaf Youth Day. I thought that was great to see. I have 2 questions for you. What is your graduation requirement for math?
Say that one more time, please, Board Member Quinlan.
Do you require 2 or 3 years of math for graduation?
We have the minimum 2-year requirement that the state has.
So I think it would be helpful to have a conversation with the school for the deaf and blind, if we were moving in that direction of adding a third year. And then secondly, are you bringing a proposal to the legislature for air conditioning in the cottages or the school building?
So
What's-
Board Member Quinlan, there is a House Bill 5 request that's in with state A&E right now. I haven't seen what they actually are going to forward on to the governor and the legislature. And one of those requests is to have a feasibility study done on that. Because we wanted to put in for an HVAC system for all of our buildings, including the cottage. And nobody knows how to put a price tag on that because the feasibility study had not been done yet. So this is the first step that we need to do to start getting the HVAC systems installed in our buildings or fixed in our buildings.
Thank you.
So, Paul, first, I really want to compliment you on the annual report. I think it's outstanding. I love that vision that you have for it in the work. And I really want to draw everyone's attention to page in our packet 265, where your journey of the learner. I love that. I think that, I know it's your version of your graduate profile. I think it's outstanding. And I really want to compliment you on the work you did as far as bringing community members together, plus to just work through that. And what would that look like for graduates and for your students? So great work on that. I just wanted to make sure we'll give you kudos, but also draw everyone's attention to that, because I do really think it's an outstanding snapshot of what you're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. One thing Adam Welcome did very well was take those domains in that journey of the learner and break that down and help our staff understand what does that mean into the classroom? What can that look like into the classroom? What could it look like for them with regards to them as a staff member? And I can tell you, we already have meetings on campus now where I'll ask the staff, are we being flexible thinkers at this time or something like that? And so it's changing our language, but thanks for those comments. I've been in education for 24 years. I think it's been the best process I've been through.
Any other questions or comments? I would be happy, thank you, Madam Chair. I would be happy to support your air conditioning efforts. I know how painful that can be as one of the only employees that works through the summer. And just sweating while you're trying to get your work done, and I can't imagine the students trying to sleep at night and things. So happy to come to the stand if needed, let me know.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Paul. I would like to reiterate that your annual summary newsletter, I think the point of this is to explain why MSDB is so important and what goes on, and explaining why to our communities is the best justification for continuing. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, and then note after item number 7, we'll take a short bio break. So Macy report, hand things over to our Macy liaison, Vice Chair Headland.
Hello, Jordan. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Chairman Clark. I am excited to welcome Jordan, and she's going to share some information from Macy with us. And we have one action item, so I'll turn it over to you, Jordan Langford.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, board members. Thank you for having me. My name is Jordan Langford Forrester. My Ani name is Sikbion Nitha. That means Bright Trail Woman. So Macy met in late August, and it was an information meeting. It was really great. We had a presentation from the National Indian Education Association, and they presented their rollout coming up soon for the Montana American Indian Veterans Project. And so they've It's been a several year process of interviewing our Montana American Indian veterans and then writing curriculum with that. And so that's going to roll out probably within the next month. And I'd be happy to share more information to make sure that we're distributing it throughout our schools. I know that OPI is going to share it on their website, but really great and just in time for Veterans Day. So looking forward to that. So like I said, just an informational meeting last time. And then we didn't meet in September, but we will be meeting in person on October 2nd. And that will be a working session. So some things coming up for that. We plan on having formal recommendations for the Office of Public Instruction for purchasing EFA materials. We will also be solidifying our goals, our updated goals, and then we will also be having elections. I will be seeking re-election for chairperson at that time, but also our vice chair and secretary will be up for election as well. And then we will also be presenting some formal recommendations for the American Indian Academic Achievement Gap. We heard from Ivan Small. We had that panel back in July. So Macy will be working on and making formal recommendations to address the American Indian Student Achievement Gap, especially in schools who have not been seeing improvement over the past several years. The only other thing that I have coming up next week, and I believe Chairperson Tharp will be joining me for the Teacher of the Year interviews. Been pushing to make sure that Macy has a voice on that. So I will be in Helena next Friday participating in the interviews for that. We do have one action item. As of 2 days ago, we received a nomination, so I'm not sure. We can talk about that. Let's just move into the formal action item. Macy is seeking renewal from the Board of Public Ed. The mission of the Montana Advisory Council on Indian Education was created by the Montana Board of Public Ed in 1984 to advise the board and the superintendent of public instruction on matters related to Indian education. The purpose of the council is to provide more effective and meaningful participation by Indian people in planning, implementation, and administration of relevant educational services and programs under the authority of local school boards. The only amendment that I would suggest making is maybe changing the wording to American Indian people, but that could also be a future conversation. Anyways, all of that to say, really hoping that the Board of Public Ed will continue the support and the existence of Macy.
Thank you, Jordan. We really appreciate working with you and all of the work that the representatives from each tribe and the time commitment, and look forward to continuing. So I'm prepared to make the motion. All right. To approve the extension of Macy as an advisory council to the Board of Public Education and the Office of Public Instruction in accordance with 2-15-122 ACA.
For the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Member Hammond, is there a discussion?
Did you want to take action on the addition of American Indians instead of Indians?
No, we did not have that.
Okay, okay. Is that Jordan just raised?
Yeah, and Jordan, this is the mission statement that Macy has, so if Macy wants to discuss that at their meeting in October, I think that you guys are well within your authority to update your mission statement, and when that's done, we're happy to change it on our website as well.
Excellent. I know it kind of affects, it affects the acronym. That's a future us problem, but we are changing the wording in our goals and our mission statement. I just want people to read any website and know exactly what Macy does.
Any other discussions?
I appreciate your attention to detail, Jordan. Yes, Angela.
Okay, thank you so much, Angela. Please, Madam Chairman, the board, always great to see we have a standing and strong partnership with the Macy Group. I've brought to this board and continue to bring to the Board of Regents the fact that we are Rockford American enrollment in the Montana University system campuses. Growth and retention, growth and completion and graduation rates across our 16 campuses in the university system. And so much of what we are seeing on the data side across our campuses, I think, is a direct result of the strong partnership that we have with individuals and leaders like Jordan and the Macy Group. And so I look forward to your approval of this recommendation and look forward to our continued good, strong, and effective partnership with Madam Chair Langford and the rest of the Macy Group. And thank you for your leadership and your coordination with the Macy Group at this board table to make things happen around American Indian student achievement at the K-12 level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McLean. Thank you, Madam Chair Langford. Is there anything else that you'd like to add from Macy?
Thank you for any other discussion on authorizing, we got to be sure that she can do what she's doing.
Okay.
Any other discussion, any public comments? Okay, all those in favor of approving Macy for an additional 2 years in compliance with 2-15-122 MCA signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now Madam Chair.
Thank you. I got excited, got ahead of us, that we were just rolling here. Okay, so Chair Langford, is there anything that you would like to add?
I would like to add thank you so much for everyone's support. I have a Macy agenda meeting in about an hour and a half, and it would be super awkward if that didn't get passed. So I appreciate it. I appreciate working with everyone. I appreciate everyone's kind words. So 2 days ago, I know it's not on the agenda, but we had a nomination from the School Administrators of Montana for a representative out of Box Elder. His name is Edward Parison, and he is the superintendent of Box Elder. And so I didn't know if that would be appropriate to move forward. I would like to have my board spots filled on Macy as quickly as possible. So I didn't know if that would be possible to vote on that approval as well.
We will have to add that to the agenda in November.
Okay.
We can move forward in onboarding them, but we will formally bring them on board in November through our agenda at that point in time.
Great. Thank you.
And also, I had a discussion with Ivan a couple of days ago, and I referred him back to you, Jordan. I said that we lean heavily on Macy's recommendations in these areas, especially regarding the closing the achievement gap in Indian country. And so I encouraged him to come back and continue to work with you. And that's why we authorize you. We need your work. We need your voice to give us guidance as well. And so I referred him back to you for that.
And as, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I said at our Macy meeting, I was appreciative of the OPI staff being at the school administrators conference. And I know I enjoyed taking my back to school PIR days off with my staff, going over the essential understandings and passing out the posters that we were able to receive at the proud posters that we were able to receive at the conference. So thankful for all of that great work and new materials for our staff, and hope that all schools are starting the school year off on that note with a reminder of incorporating Indian Ed for All throughout the curriculum on a regular basis. And thank you for your guys' guidance and ongoing support in those areas.
Well, thank you again so much for having me.
I think that's it. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, before we commence with item 8, we will take a 12-minute break and reconvene promptly at 10:40. So we'll stand in recess until that time.
What? All I, if I turn it off, then there's no, we have to turn the, why is it not? Did the owl come unplugged? There. Nobody else was on. It was only me.
Still is.
Renee's up there.
Call the meeting for recess back to order. Renee, you reading
No
this
one
out
else,
there?
I was the only one with my video.
I can hear everybody.
Don't yell at me. The audio's on.
She's.
Can you hear us, Renee?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Did the owl come unplugged? Let me check. I think the owl can.
Scoot it to the right.
Well, I had to move my computer and it's not showing the owl anymore. It's not showing the owl on my audio. Oh. It's still not showing the owl.
The power strip's on, that's why.
How did it get turned off?
Happened. I'm gonna blame myself.
It's on now.
Okay. Renee, can you hear us?
Yes, Tim, what did you need? I don't see anybody but the people that are online. I don't see any owl stuff.
Did it come unplugged?
Let me get a better power strip.
That's alert, no more breaks.
Did it hoot?
Flashing.
There it goes.
Worst part of the meeting.
Okay, the owl is connected. We got a bunch of different pictures. Can you hear us, Renee?
I can hear you, and furthermore, I can see everybody's pictures.
Very good. All right, let's make sure that we ditch that power strip and don't try to use it again.
Yeah.
All right, we'll call the meeting from recess back to order and we will continue our agenda with item number 8, annual special education report. And that's where Danny McCarthy is going to be presenting to us. Is she online?
Patrick.
Yep. Yes. Is Patrick going to do it?
Patrick, I will.
Okay.
Should be coming on.
Five steps, don't trip over. There we go.
Okay. Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
For board members, we're on page 308 of your packet.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Tharp, members of the board. For the record, my name is Patrick Tates, PATRICKCATES, and I am the Senior Manager for Student Support Services at the Office of Public Instruction. Happy to be here today presenting the annual special education report to you. Happy to see you again. I was here last year for this same thing, so thanks for having me back. We will roll through and highlight a few areas of the report and discuss some of our priorities and current projects along the way as well. So looking at page 3 of the report, we jump into our disability, Montana students with disabilities and the demographics around them. One note, currently we're at 15% of Montana students being served under IDEA. This is an increase from 14% last year and a little over 13% the year before that. So we continue to see that number go up and up. And that's mirrored in the numbers you see below that when you look at our total student enrollment in Montana going down this past year, yet our special education enrollment going up by 2.1% over the past year. So we continue to see that trend of increase, and right now we're at the national average of that 15%.
Yeah, that was my question. It used to be 10%. You said nationally it is continue to climb.
Could you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, wasn't that long ago, I thought the national average was 10%. So nationwide, everybody has continued to climb to that 15% now.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Tharp. Yes. The national average, again, previously was in that, I think when I started down this route was in that 13% range. So that's continued to climb, and Montana's climbed at an even steeper rate to reach that number. Okay. How does that translate then on the next page to our American Indian students as we look at the race and ethnicity breakdown? We have, and again, total enrollment, about 14% of students that are identified as American Indian. In special education, that jumps to a really easy number to see on that tiny little bubble there, but it's about 18%, 4% difference in American Indian students in special education versus the general population. That is a slight increase from last year. It was 3.13%, I believe, last year. So slight increase there in the difference. Continue down into our disability categories. I think the best place to look at that is the chart on page 6 that shows the percentages of students broken out by disability category there. Couple items to note there. One is that steady increase you see in autism over that 5-year period. Just a note, I talked about this a little bit last year too, and it's mentioned above. That is not all encompassing of all of our students identified with autism. That is our students that are identified with autism only. If they're identified with autism and one of the other disabilities listed there, they get reported in the multiple disabilities category that you see further down the chart there. So that 6% number is, again, those that are only identified with autism. Through our Montana Autism Education Project, we track all students identified with autism as one of their disabilities, and that number is over 10% there. Another one to note, the developmental delay category, 2018, the age restriction for developmental delay was increased from age 6 to age 8. So you can see that bubble as we worked that through, steady increases of more students being identified in that area because the age gap was increased. But as we see these last 2 years, that has kind of plateaued now that we've kind of worked that bubble through the system. So we expect to see that number kind of staying similar to the 9.3 mark moving forward. The next piece highlights our special education cooperatives. These are vital in providing services to our Montana students with disabilities across the state. 80% of our districts in the state utilize the cooperative structure to provide their special education services, related services, all of those things. I am myself a product of teaching and being a principal in many schools that utilize the cooperative structure and highly value what they provide to our state. Moving into the special education achievement on page 8. Some positive notes here to look at. One, we are graduating a slightly higher rate of special education students than what is happening nationwide. We're just a little over 1% over that. However, that's still not acceptable to us. That's still about 1 in 4 students with disabilities that are not graduating. And so one of the ways we are looking to target that is through the expansion of our SIP, which is our state systemic improvement plan. Up until this point, the SIP had been focused on American Indian students identified as students with disabilities and their graduation rates. So we're expanding that to all students with disabilities, working to improve that graduation rate. In particular, the addition of looking at behavior and how it impacts this. Our students with disabilities are suspended and expelled at a much higher rate than our general ed students. All of these things going into it, looking at how does that behavior impact that graduation rate? How many students are we losing through those issues? So we're starting to dive into that and looking at getting some schools signed up to be part of that process with us going forward as we look to make some improvements in that area. The proficiency scores, when you look at the math and ELA, some very positive notes here. Since post-COVID, we have had continual increases in our proficiency rates in special education, both in reading and math there. Of course, we'll have that transition to MAST and looking to track all of that as we go forward now. Again, how does that translate to our American Indian students in special education? Similar results there. You can see a drastic reduction on the next page, page 9, in the number of students scoring in that novice range in both ELA and math. So we're trending in the positive direction there as well. Bottom part of page 9 talks about the federal funding for our students. This is one of the few statutory requirements of this report. We received $46 million in IDEA funds this year, 40 million of that being flowed out to the schools and our state supported programs. The other 11% of that being kept at the state for some state supported activities. 2 of those to note that are in addition this year are the Parapathways initial startup and the Parapathways project, which is presented later on in the report. And then also we're working on a contract with Leader Services for our monitoring and improved data collection and monitoring procedures, which is a large part of what was contained in our response from, or our audit from the Office of Special Education program and the visit that we had last year. So trying to pick up those areas. And then also we received 1.3 million in IDEA preschool funds. 100% of those preschool funds flow back out to the districts and the state supported programs. We don't utilize any of that money for state activities. The Leader Services piece kind of leads us right into the DMS report, which is the next several pages of the report. A little background on this: in 2023, June, we had the visit from the Office of Special Education Programs. It was the first time they'd been in Montana, I believe, since 2009 to run through our system, and they audited our state special education process and how we support that in Montana, and left us with several notes from that meeting, but we didn't get the official report from them until May of this year. And what you can see in these next several pages is our response to the findings that they had, the corrective actions that we're taking, all of those things that we're putting in place based on the findings from the Office of Special Education Programs. And a few of those you'll note are have been extended. One of those I know is our significant disproportionality. Just with some of the background work that had to be done, we had to get an extension on a few items, which has been taken care of, and we will have all of that submitted in time for that extension as well. Danny McCarthy is our state director. I know she was mentioned earlier today. She is largely responsible for all of this, putting this together. I'm happy to try and answer some questions here, but I'm also happy to take questions back to Danny on this. She's not able to be with us today. But I won't read through the entire response there for you. The last piece to hit on is our Parapathways project. This is one of the things we're really excited about. We've started this over the past year, started visiting with Utah and North Dakota around some of the things that they've done with paraprofessionals, and also this special education technician position that you see in that report there. We started looking at how can we impact that massive shortage we have in special education teachers across the state. And we have over 1,800 paraprofessionals working in special education that are a prime audience to look at. Any principal, former special education teacher, superintendent can identify at least 1 or 2 paras for you that should probably have a classroom of their own. So how do we get them there? We are working on a blended model of some online modules similar to what you see on our hub courses, but won't be video based. It'll be more module based. And then our partner Dawson Community College will be providing some coursework after they go through those courses to start getting into the educational pedagogy, more of that side of things, to build in this thing that we have to develop, this special ed technician position, where we're going to have to work on what can this person do, what can't they do, but really looking to how can we ease the burden on the special education teacher, take over some of those duties, but make sure we are maintaining the integrity of the process and still obviously having the special education teacher being responsible for evaluations, case management, all of those types of pieces. But excited to do this, not only to be able to offer this pathway, but to be able to sponsor it for the paraprofessionals that go down this route. We'll be incentivizing the modules that are the core set that they would need to take to go down this route, paying them to take those modules, and then sponsoring their scholarshiping their tuition for Dawson Community College to get through this technician pathway. We've been presenting on it in a multitude of settings this past year as we've been developing this. We'll be presenting again coming up later this month at MCASE on the Para Pathways project, and then again at MCEL in October. That one we're excited for because we have our RFPA out right now for the vendor for these modules. That evaluation takes place at the beginning of October. So by MCEL, we should have a physical product that we can roll out there and show people what that looks like. So we're excited to get that rolling, and hopefully then by sometime in November, people will be able to sign up and start taking the coursework on that. So very excited about that Para Pathways project. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Patrick?
Patrick, thank you for your report. I was wondering with the, our first year now of the early literacy programs coming on and students enrolled in that, are you hearing about or have any data on kids shifting from special education's preschool to perhaps the early literacy programs? I'm just wondering if there's a nexus between those two programs.
Gotcha. Yeah. Chairman Tharp, Board Member Quinlan, thank you. We have not seen any data on that yet. I think that's going to be important to track over this next year or so as those get rolled out. None of our cooperatives have reported to us so far that they've seen decreased enrollment in those preschool programs yet. So we don't have any evidence of that yet, but absolutely something to track moving forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for this report. I'm wondering if you have any more current information on causality of autism and other related disabilities.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch who that question came from. I'm sorry, my internet is not fantastic right now.
Board Member Hammond.
Board Member Hammond asked about any information on causality between autism and other disabilities.
Thank you, Chairman Tharp, Board Member Hammond. The causality, no, I would hate to venture into what's happened with all of the speculation around causality with autism and some of these other disabilities. The interesting one we talked about was that the developmental delay category, and you can track the reduction in students that are being identified in that cognitive delay category. So because we expanded that developmental delay category, allowing more time to identify other disabilities, what is the true cause there, there's been a reduction in students then being identified with that almost harsher level, if you want to think of that, of cognitive delay. So that's one related one we've seen there, but causality, I wouldn't be able to speak on necessarily.
Thank you. Do you have any thoughts on the reasons for the increases every year?
One of my speculations is just from COVID and the recovery from COVID, the vast number of increases we saw there. It makes me wonder about misidentification and students that lacked that opportunity for a year to 2 years of receiving those educational services and then coming back in with a delay possibly being identified as a disability rather than they just haven't been able to catch up yet from being gone for that time.
Thank you.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Yes, I'm just curious about your responses to your findings. Have you had any indication from the feds that your responses are going to be accepted?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Tharp, Board Member Rasmussen. We had an initial meeting with them after we submitted it. They took a look. Brian Grigg is our contact with OSEP. He took a look, went through everything, gave us kind of an initial glance at it, said it looks great. They have to go through it thoroughly, and we have a meeting following up with them. I believe it's next week, to just ask for some clarification. They're asking us for some clarification on points that we provided in the letter. So that meeting is next week there.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Quinn.
No problem.
You haven't spoken on this yet, have you?
Actually, just to piggyback off of Member Quinlan's question, I do know that the schools I've talked to and, within my own program, we are noticing that there are, a lot of needs with the students in our early literacy programs. And so it's great that we have them in our schools with high quality early intervention in place. And it is a heavy lift for our school districts though. And just want to give a big thank you to our special ed teams and co-ops and psychologists that are getting in there and observing and supporting those students and teachers to get things in place so we can move forward and provide the best interventions we can for those students. It is going to be something to keep our eyes on.
And like you alluded to, it's been earlier, is that the challenge of balancing which students are truly with an identified disability. And
Get Blake Adams interested for today's tennis conference, please.
And that's on the record forever now. Yeah, the challenge I've seen as well with students that may not have had an opportunity for education and compared to students who truly have a disability, trying to balance that out and provide the best services possible. I have one more question on the demographics. Genders, boys versus girls in identification. What do you see with that in Montana?
Oh, thank you, Chairman Tharp. That's actually a great question. We didn't pull that specific data, boys versus girls. From my own personal experience as a principal over the past few years, I know we were boy heavy in special education on my end, from a personal experience, but I'd have to pull up that data to look at it officially for the whole state. I'm happy to do that.
Anybody have anything else for? All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate the report and the information provided.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Tharp, members of the board. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, moving on to item number 9, MTDA update. The Jason and Mike show is in the house. Yes.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, looking at our schedule, not sure if we're just, I'm sorry, gentlemen. See that we could be a smidgen behind, not sure if you're looking to rearrange anything or do anything, but I kind of need to know in case our other groups who we got going on need to be aware of us being late or whatever that may look like.
I think we'll probably just be maybe 15 minutes. So as long as we could probably shorten our lunch. If that's okay.
Okay, sounds good. All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
And even though that's probably not the case, we promise we'll try to be under. So, I was gonna say, we like to talk, but it's really about let's talk program. So McCall, remind me, we need a mic, right?
It's on right there. in front
Oh,
of
it's
you.
okay. So, well, great. Then we'll start here then. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Neifer. I'm the Executive Director of Montana Digital Academy, and joining me today is our Assistant Director and Curriculum Director, Mike Gustinelli. It's our pleasure to be reporting our annual report to you, as we typically do in September. And all joking aside, we'll do our best to stay within 30 minutes here. And in fact, we're going to try to be down to maybe 25 minutes or 24 minutes to leave time for questions. But I do want to say, though, that we are always ready, willing, and able to connect with any of you and really anyone, talk about the program, go through data, look at parts of the program, take a look at classes, really any questions you have. We find that although these reports are important for us in regards to the ability to talk about the work that we're doing, we also want to be 100% transparent about anything we're working on in the program and be happy to show up at any time. So let's see here, Chris, next slide, please. We are a growing program in complexity because of elements of program we've added since we started in 2010. And the easiest way to describe our program now is to say that we have 3 distinct categories of services that are all connected because they are all digital learning services. The first set of services is distance learning. It's our traditional program. It's what we were tasked with by the 2009 legislature, and we continue to grow and evolve that program. We have courses in 3 different formats that go throughout the year. We are to the point now where, generally speaking, we can serve almost any need of any student that comes to MTDA through their school to be able to direct distance learning services to that student. The most recent evolution is over the last year, we have gotten rid of our credit recovery program, although that sounds more dramatic than it actually is. We rebranded our credit recovery program to be known as Flexible Credit Alternative Program, or FlexCap. And FlexCap is the credit recovery model, which is a nationally recognized award-winning model, but now it's available to all students in all circumstances and not limited to students that are just have failed the course before. In addition, we also offer our traditional original credit program and also a highly specialized program called Individualized Pathway Courses, or IPCs. Additionally, in 2014, Montana Digital Academy received a generous gift from the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation to bring Ed Ready, which is a proficiency-based testing service and tool to any learner across the state of Montana. And that program has grown pretty consistently over the last 10 years. We've received 2 additional grants. We are due up again in 2027 and are starting to prepare our report, hopefully to get another round of funding from the Washington Foundation. But Ed Ready provides an extraordinary tool set that plugs into so many educational services across the state. And we're really proud of the work that it does because it helps transitions for many students. Middle school to high school math to 2 or 4 year educational math, high school to career and technical education, high school to careers. And it itself has become a really important part of the digital suite that we offer to students, or really any learner across the state of Montana. And as many of you know, in 2023, the legislature passed House Bill 749, which created the Digital Learning Clearinghouse. We played with the name a little bit. It says clearinghouse in law. We're calling it the Digital Learning Clearinghouse in part to kind of understand what services it brings. And I'll give you more details about that program here in a moment. So all in, we have 30,000 plus engagements and enrollments. And while that number is important and we like it because it's an impressive sounding number, the bottom line is that the way we serve students and learners across the state is really quite diverse. We have enrollment, 6,000 plus enrollments in our distance learning program. Last year, we served about 1,400 engagements, is what we're calling everything in the clearinghouse. And the bulk of the remaining of those engagements are Ed Ready. And while we will report that number in things like presentations and as part of a report that I'll be talking about in a moment, the bottom line is that we it's not that it's not an accurate number, it's just not really descriptive because that includes so many different kinds of engagements. So while we will report that number every year because we like the number, the bottom line is that our organization is complex enough now that we really will break down most of our reporting in different reports to give you a sense of how much services we are providing as part of our digital learning services. So before we get into specifics, Superintendent Firthmeyer stole our thunder in presenting his own first-time annual report. And so we'll forgive him because he happens to be an amazing Montana Digital Academy teacher on the side of being a superintendent. But in front of you is something that we've been working on quite a bit over the last several months. And literally, it was finished up at 11:30 yesterday morning when our report editor put these through the printer. But this is a new report that we will be releasing every year, probably on August 1st from this coming year forward. And this is the Montana Digital Academy Yearbook. And we want to be able to provide a document that not only is transparent in what services we're offering to students across the state of Montana, but tell the many, many, many stories of how our services are being used by those and we're targeting this part of our process. And we're really, really proud of this report. I know that Superintendent Frithmeyer shared with you an intention for you to find errors so you're printed later. This is our final version, although I've already spotted 2 typos this morning, which are entirely my fault. But all of this report goes into detail about the services that we're offering and how we're being used by students. There's 3 student profiles in here, which tell you the stories of how students are utilizing Montana Digital Academy to help advance their goals and deepen their knowledge on subjects and prepare them for a lifetime of engagement in knowledge. There are quotations from leaders in and outside of Montana to demonstrate the work that MTDA does and how we impact the national conversation. And more importantly, it tells our story. And that's something that we've been working very hard on. And I know that we get a limited amount of time with the board with all of your agenda that happens throughout the year. So we hope that this helps tell some of our deeper stories. We'll refer to it through the rest of our presentation today. And more importantly, we'll be posting this to our website, presenting next week to the interim committees. And we hope that this tells more of our stories. So with that, we want to talk a little bit about some data and statistics, and Mike is going to walk you through part of that.
Thanks, Jason. So on the next slide here, we're going to focus in first on some data from distance learning. And so this is, again, our traditional offerings that we've been offering since the 2010 school year. And these numbers, we have them broke down in a lot of ways. In your yearbook on page 10, it not only shows this, but there's a link at the bottom of page 10 that you can go to if you're interested in a per school enrollment breakdown, which I know many are, to see where are all these enrollments in distance learning coming from. But at a high level, on the next slide, I'm happy to report that last year's enrollment in distance learning was up 10%, or 6,331 enrollments. And that is across all of the distance learning programs that we offer. Jason mentioned Original Credit, FlexCap, our IPC program as well. Digging into a couple specific numbers that I'm sure you'll be interested in, dual credit or dual enrollment continues on the next slide, continues to increase significantly. And as we shared last year, this has been a real focus for the Digital Academy in building out both course offerings and additional partnerships with both our 2-year and 4-year schools across the state. And so we are now up to 10 dual credit offerings. We have relationships with 5 different colleges across the state, and the goal is to keep expanding these opportunities. This has been a big growth area for the Digital Academy, and we're really excited about the growth and the student enrollment that's coming from all over the state. One other point on dual enrollment, we're really working in partnership with our 2-year colleges here. And what we're finding in the enrollment numbers is MTDA's pathway to dual credit is mainly from areas of Montana that does not have a 2-year college near them, right? There's a trusted relationship with the Digital Academy. By us partnering with the 2-year colleges, it creates a very direct pathway to get into dual credit opportunities. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen such great growth in that. We're also happy to report there are advanced placement courses have seen a bump in enrollment as well over the past year. And the overall unique students that are engaging in at least one class with Montana Digital Academy is up 11% over last year as well. So lots of good news there. One of the things we always like to really focus in on is student perception, right? We're only as we'll only be as successful as the students we serve. So we really focus in on what they have to say. Before I get into that specific data, I do want to take a moment on the next slide to point out something that I think is really important. We are continuing to expand offerings in a whole variety of different types of courses, from CTE to high interest electives. But it's really important to remember that the bread and butter of enrollments in the Digital Academy, as you'll see here, are in some really core areas. So we have seen consistent high usage in Spanish specifically, right, across the state. And that makes sense, right? We hear from districts often that they don't have a Spanish teacher anymore and they need the Digital Academy to offer that opportunity. I also want to point out one of our high interest electives, criminology, there is a high enrollment piece for us. We analyze that data to help inform where we're expanding next. There's been consistent usage of criminology, and so we see a real opportunity to build some additional educational pathways around criminal law field, because it continues to be a high interest for our kids. On the next slide, we offer student perception surveys throughout all programs throughout the year. This is, as I mentioned, a really important number for us. And as you can see, it's so important, actually, I would say that we obsess over it as an organization. And in 2024, you see that we had a little dip, right? We knew that dip was coming after the fall semester of last year. And on page 28 of the yearbook, there's a more in-depth narrative about why the dip, but I'll tell you, what we saw is an increased usage last year, and we spoke about this in our opportunities to speak throughout last year as well, that we were seeing an increased enrollment from schools that do not have a teacher in a subject area, and MTDA is stepping in as like the math department or the science department. And the reality of that is that all of a sudden, students aren't having a choice about taking online learning or not. They are forced into it, right? That was very much reflected in the student perception survey of students that felt forced into online learning, having not as positive of a feeling around this. So what did we do last fall? We put into action some steps to add additional scaffolding to help our schools who are in a desperate situation, help really both the narrative to their school community and help their students understand that, while online learning may not have been their choice in this circumstance, it's a whole lot better than not having any opportunity at all. And as it turns out, that narrative by the leaders in local schools when they're in this position matters a whole lot. We built a toolkit for our local schools last year to really help our district leaders push the narrative of the why behind when you find yourself in this situation. What we found in the spring semester is that the districts that had to utilize MTDA in that way, by using that toolkit, the school community was more informed and had a better understanding of the why for online learning. And that really showed itself in our student perception numbers in the spring. But unfortunately, due to that fall, we did see a little bit of a hit from a lot of kids that were pretty upset about not having that option. It's a reality that we know is going to be in our state forever, and we are keeping additional efforts. As a matter of fact, we dedicated a new FTE at the Digital Academy, distance learning ambassador, to work directly with schools. So it's not just a static toolkit, but it's a dedicated FTE to work side by side with district leaders who find themselves in this situation to help them through the enormous challenge of usually about a week before enrollment, figuring out we don't have a teacher, right? So we are offering our support to try to help them navigate this very difficult situation. But that's the story behind the number there. Additionally, we have had, as Jason mentioned, we have had quite a lot of changes from the 23 legislature. And it was really an exciting opportunity for us. I want to highlight a couple things based upon this clearinghouse that it allowed us to do. One is completely redesigning our course interface. As Digital Academy is getting more complex in the amount of offerings for schools, we have this unique challenge of trying to educate all of our district leaders that are making enrollment decisions of everything that's being offered. So we completely redesigned our course catalog from the ground up, understanding that this had to be a very well thought out educational tool to help our district leaders know everything that is being offered and the why behind why you would want to use it, right? So you can see that we have a tile-based layout. We were informed by many different sites around the country and in different industries about how to best lay out this information. And we're really happy with where we're at, but of course, we're going to be reaching out to the field continuously for additional feedback on navigation and design, because this is a really important key in our district leaders understanding what's being offered. Additionally, last year, we had a little thing called a learning management system move, which, you know, was just a little bit of a deal for us. So we moved from the Open LMS or Moodle learning management system to the Canvas learning management system. And I'll tell you that we're just so grateful for the leadership of the MUS and their RFP. Number one, for including Digital Academy in their RFP and really giving us a seat at the table during this transition. The timing was excellent because with the addition of the clearinghouse and this learning management system, while it was a lot of stuff all at once, because it all happened at once, we were able to comprehensively design a system that really scales for the next decade at the Digital Academy. And what this graphic displays is one of the things we're really excited about from a technical standpoint. We can now set up our courses once in Canvas and have an unlimited amount of sections based upon that original build. That's tied in with our student information system in a way that has cut down our prep for a semester about getting everything ready, literally from months to days, which has allowed us to expand our efforts in some of these other realms that Jason will continue to talk about. So we're very grateful for the opportunity to take all this on, and I'm happy to announce that our transition to Canvas, we were fully converted this summer. We ran all of our summer courses very smoothly and falls off to a great start. So we are converted and ready to go and really excited to use the Canvas learning management system moving forward. So now I'll hand it back to Jason.
Thanks, Mike. In addition to the changes of programmatically and organizationally in regards to our tool sets, as we reported last year, House Bill 749 reformulated our board. And so our board is now made up of a variety of voting members and non-voting members, including a member of the House, a member of the Senate, the governor designee. You have a representative as well, which is currently Executive Director Flynn. And on the next slide, this is our current board as it's sitting. And the organization is a little complex, in part because we have some folks that can vote and some folks that can't. But what I would report to you is we've had an extraordinarily productive year on the MTDA board. And there is a summary of all the meetings inside the yearbook to talk a little bit about the types of information that we gave to the board and also the decisions they made throughout the year. But we're eternally grateful for not only the board's support of MTDA, but their guidance through what I think is an extraordinary time in education in general, but more importantly, specific to Montana Digital Academy. So we thank Executive Director Flynn and her guidance. We thank the Board of Public Education for allowing her to use some of her time on MTDA matters. And we believe that we are in really, really great shape on governance as demonstrated in the yearbook itself. And the last big update I want to give you, and I'll give you a ton of smaller updates in like a 30-second time period, is the Digital Learning Clearinghouse. This is the same slide that I showed you a year ago that kind of talks about the concept, but the idea here is here's a bunch of Montana public schools, right? Big and small and in between. Montana Digital Academy sits in the middle of access to a wide variety of digital learning services through MTDA. And we were fortunate enough to get an extraordinary person to sit in as our director. Her name is Lisa Bechtold. She has 20 years of experience in distance learning. Lisa jumped into some extraordinarily detailed processes minutes after accepting the position, including 2 very technical RFPs that we conducted this year. And through that process, we now have 7 vendors we work with that can offer digital learning services through MTDA. It's been an extraordinary learning process. Mike and I, along with the rest of our team working in this space, had to learn a lot about procurement and technical agreements. And I know you'll be shocked to hear this, some of the vendors that say they're ready technically for us are not ready technically for us. And so Mike and Lisa and our new IT and integrations manager have worked tirelessly to make sure that the work we put into this can then be multiplied by the hundreds of schools across the state. And one of the things we love about the Clearinghouse, and one of the ways that we'll tell the story in coming years, is that any school in Montana, no matter its size, is able to access really high-end digital learning assets without having to go through this process themselves, because we do the procurement, we do the data privacy agreements, we do the technical integrations. So it's easy for a 10-person graduating class high school to access as it is one of the larger AA high schools across the state. And so that program is now in regular operations, and we had work last year in early pilots, and now we have schools that are working with us to add really next level digital learning services to their own vast array of services available locally from Montana Public Schools. And the last thing I want to mention, and this is really an important part of our process, but we do contribute very mightily to the larger education conversation in the state, in part because we have a really extraordinary staff in the state of Montana that really provides a really extraordinary amount of work. So the kind of work we've done over the last year includes, we run a symposium now every July. It's called Innovation Runs Through It. It's a wonderful opportunity for professors and teachers, K through higher ed, to get together to talk about what is actually innovation, not talking about it, but doing it day to day in the classrooms. Last year, Montana Digital Academy took a leading role in artificial intelligence in education, in part because it's such a large and comprehensive and pretty wild expansion of the way things change in education, really in thinking and learning. Last year, we provided over 30 presentations across the state. We released a guide for schools that was developed mostly by the Michigan Virtual School, which is a good friend of ours in the Virtual Learning Leadership Alliance, to provide guidance for schools. And we provided drop-in professional development. And as an organization, we're having a hard time wrapping our brains around it, even though it's the biggest group of geeks I know in education. And so we're hoping that by our processing the extraordinary changes that artificial intelligence brings, that we can help provide guidance to our brothers and sisters across the state that are also working in the same space, K through higher ed. And we've been really fortunate to have amazing conversations with almost every institution in the state to talk about what we can do together to try to deal with the emergence of this extraordinary set of tools. And my guess is that even if you feel very informed about what's going on in the world of technology, you may be struggling, as I do myself, to wrap your brain around the extraordinary impact that AI is going to have on teaching and learning. But let me assure you, that's really all of education right now. And although we are happy to be leaders in this space, more importantly, we would just like to tell folks, take this seriously. It is a big deal, and it's going to be something that impacts all education always in the coming months and years. And last and certainly not least, these are all additional initiatives that we're engaged in. Again, I'd be happy to talk in extended detail about any of these, but we continue with our amazing Indigenous language programming. Dr. Anna East, our Tribal Relations Fellow, has worked to develop curriculum in the last year in Dakota and Dakota. We continue to offer Crow and Cree classes, and we're putting some of our efforts over the next year into building more Class 7 teachers so we can have teachers that can teach these courses for us. We launched our first private-public partnership with Dick Anderson Construction to give access to students to their excellent apprentice curriculum, so that if they want to go in that space as high school students, they're able to do so. We instituted our first formal curriculum review and readoption process. That was ad hoc the first 13 years of our organization, and through the work of Mike and our distance learning program director, Robin Nuttall, we now have a sustainable way to look at every class every 4 or 5 years to make sure that it has the excellence that we strive for as part of MTDA. We're providing leadership in several national organizations. We hired our first IT director, which means Mike and I don't have to do this work anymore. And so we have a wonderful gentleman by the name of Paul Cos, who also happens to be the president of the Montana Educational Technologists Association, that's providing leadership for us at MTDA, but also statewide. And we have dozens of other relationships that we think not only provides value to those relationships, but more importantly, provides value to our staff and faculty, which then provides value to the state of Montana. So again, a lot going on, 30 minutes, it's kind of a tough sell to describe it, but we really want to provide this document to you today because it goes into all these initiatives and more. And more importantly, if there's ever any question or you'd like to be led through any part of this process, we would always be happy to jump on a Zoom call, phone call, or even come find you out in the space of Montana to talk more.
Anybody have any questions for Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you so much to you guys for being super responsive as we work through each individual component for our students and getting right back to us and work out what's best for them.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jason, thanks so much. Great presentation. Always enjoy this one and look forward to it. I don't know if you were here or if you walked in after the very good conversation we had around the third year of math requirement and really how part of our submission to the board for this agenda item we think was very inclusive of the importance of the connection of our K-12 schools and us with you in supporting our schools in delivery of this third year of math. If they don't already, if they're struggling with those pieces. And so we want to thank you for all of the work that you do in that regard. And then I would have a question around the offerings of AP and the offerings of dual enrollment. And I was trying to go through this, trying to get online and take a look. Can you tell me how the offerings maybe compare? Do you think that there's a balance between what is offered in dual enrollment, what is offered AP wise? And I know that we saw some significant growth, some growth in dual enrollment this year over last year, but more significant perhaps with AP. And so we're trying to wrap our head around at the office what is happening with AP across the state. So I'm just wondering what insight you might have.
Mike, why don't you talk about offerings and then I have a thought. Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, we have definitely looked at AP and dual credit to not necessarily have them compete with each other in our offerings, right? There's a little overlap, but there's really not that much. I think what we're hearing from the field is that by offering both, we're giving students the choice of, depending on what their post-high school wishes are, right? There are some families and some students that are very much focused on the AP track because they have desire to go out of state. And that's where their mindset is. And to be quite honest too, in our history, we started with AP, right? That was where we first started to build out. As you've seen from the numbers, I think there's still a great need there. On the same token, with dual credit, we see the need to continue to offer these opportunities. And what I'm really excited about, and our EDU pathway is a good example of this, is that by expanding our partnerships with additional two-year colleges, we're now starting to put together full 9 and 12 credit pathways so that we can capture the hearts and minds of our juniors and seniors, right? And then lead them to whatever 2 or 4 year institution in Montana that they see fit. I think the other reality of it is if they are in an AP focused school and they're taking those classes, the honest answer is they transfer great into our Montana system as well. From personal experience, that was the route my son took, right? He went on it was important to him to get that AP pathway because he didn't know if he was gonna stay in state or not. But at the end of the day, University of Montana went out and I'm happy he's still in town. So that's where our mindset is right now. Our focus is on building out additional dual credit opportunities. We've pretty much maxed out what we could offer in AP. And so our growth and focus is in the dual credit there right now, as far as additional credits.
That's a great answer, Mike. Thanks. I only would say that we are in close connection with folks at the College Board. We would argue that although AP serves a really incredibly important purpose, and more importantly, it's my background in classrooms. I was an AP teacher before I joined the Digital Academy staff. The bottom line is the College Board it needs to continue to work on decreasing barriers to access, not because of coursework, because that's what MTDA does. It's ease of enrolling in their national systems, ease of delivering those tests, being able to do those pieces so that a larger rural state like Montana is able to implement the same AP programming at its tiniest school versus its largest school. And it shouldn't take a staff of thousands to be able to offer an AP class system across the state. So we continually nudge our friends at the College Board because they really need to learn some lessons about rural really means, right? And we hear this all the time, and I know you all hear it all the time too, but Billings is not a rural town in Montana, right? And, you know, I would be happy to drive someone around from the College Board in Eastern Montana and show them what rural really looks like, but that reality on the ground isn't often understood in any sort of way by our national partners. So I think Mike does a great job of balancing that it's really about what the student needs, right? And I think that these offerings really complement each other. And I've been very proud over the last 5 years that we've been able to offer a much better and targeted dual credit system. And even more importantly, yes, we have things like college writing available. That's an important and growing program. In fact, Mike said to recruit more teachers because of that particular program. But I also like the fact that we have the 9-credit pathway in education. That's never going to happen from the College Board. And so it really does expand student access.
Board Member Asmussen.
Just really quick question. As you look forward, do you see one platform eclipsing the other? Are you prepared for growth more in one area than the other?
No, actually, I think we're prepared in both. And part of it is that MTD looks very different than a traditional school because last year's enrollment can help inform next year's enrollment, right? And that's just not the case at Montana Digital Academy. There are years where we have 120 German students that come out of nowhere, right? Like last year it was 51 and this year's 120. And you think that next year that would lead to an increase in German 2. It does, but not at the rates you would expect when you're planning around school. So our flexibility has really been around how do we create offerings that we can flex, not maybe necessarily, you know, week by week, but certainly semester by semester to fill the growth. And so if one of these two ends up really expanding in need across the state, I think we're poised in both areas to be able to expand as student desire increases. But I think part of it is that we really just have to remain very cautious about planning around all these needs. So we don't find ourselves, you know, without a service because we didn't spot a trend that was either difficult or impossible to spot. But yeah, I would say that we in general pride ourselves in being ready for either.
Member Schmidt, do you have a question?
I do, thank you. I'm wondering, do homeschool kids take your classes? And okay,
Yeah.
I wondered if they went through the individualized pathway.
The answer is yes, and sometimes it's difficult to be able to report with any certainty who is a homeschool student, right? In part because the way it works is that those homeschool students have to enroll in a Montana public school to access this, right? So they can enroll just to access MTDA. And there's been a host of changes in both rule and law over the last two sessions to increase access and be able to decrease the complexity of that conversation. But it's our estimate about 10% of our overall enrollment is in some way, shape, or form in a homeschool environment. And really, more of those students are interested in the traditional original credit program than they are in some of our more individualized class pathways, in part because it's our contention that even though we like to have every kind of learning available to a student, students generally prefer a more regimented system where they have some flexibility with deadlines, but they're compelled by schedule to move thoughtfully through a course curriculum so that it helps plan their needs. One thing we know about the 16-year-old mind is that they like flexibility. It's not always the best way for success. So we really try to balance those two pieces together.
That requires coordination with the local school district and their willingness to have part-time attendance. And a lot of the times your homeschool is because they don't want the public school, and then they don't like when they're told they have to go back and play nice with the public school in order to access MPDA. So it's really about relationships at the local level.
That's what I was wondering. And then are there A and B money coming because they're
With the part-time attendance, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks
All right.
for the year back.
All right, Board Member Hammond, next item is Charter Committee, and I believe we have Fish online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said that McCall's report adequately covered all the major bases for the public schools charter. So welcome, Trish. Thank you for your patience in waiting for a few minutes this morning. We're glad to see you and have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, please. With your
Okay, good morning, Chair and board members. Thank you for providing this time for me to share an update for the commission with you. So since the July update provided to the board, the commission has continued to stay very active. And last time I described that the commission had mapped out 7 phases to complete the implementation of the law and to prepare the state for authorizing choice schools and other authorizers, as well as to plan for the continued oversight of both and the renewal, non-renewal, or revocation processes. So the commission is just about to complete phase 2, focusing on preparing the commission policy and the state documents for authorizing authorizers. And in this phase, we created an application process policy, an application, and a contract. And phase 2 also included incorporating a steering committee for feedback. And we just met this past Monday. And once again, the steering committee was incredibly useful as the policymaking subcommittee integrated the input from the participants. So the commission will consider all of these documents at our next meeting on Wednesday, September 25th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Zoom. Next, the commission will move on to phase 3, focused on developing reliable, consistent, and nationally accepted criteria and metrics to guide decision-making for choice school applications, the performance framework, and authorizer applications. And that is direct from statute. So we're going to be focusing on all of that in phase 3. And then after that, the next 4 phases will include phase 4, which is building out internal policies, handbooks, and guiding documents for phase 1, 2, and 3. Phase 5 will be establishing a statewide formula for authorizer fees to be applied uniformly to every authorizer in the state. Phase 6 will focus on renewal procedures for choice schools and authorizers. And then phase 7 will be building out internal policies, handbooks, and guiding documents for renewal of schools and renewal of authorizers to develop a format for the required annual report for choice schools for authorizers and the commission to use while annually reporting to the board, the Ed Interim Committee, and the public. And lastly, the commission projects that all 7 of these phases can be completed by the end of the 3rd quarter of 2025. The fundraising committee has continued its work on applying for private grants, and we're hoping to use any awarded funds to help support the operations of the commission in Montana, as well as for some possible consulting for our performance frameworks. And we had an interview on Monday with the foundation that went very well, and we expect to hear back from them by Thanksgiving. And we anticipate to participate in more interviews over the next couple of months as the foundations work through their application cycles. And that concludes the commission's report. I know you guys are waiting to go off to a great lunch. That sounds really fun, but I also want to open it up to see if you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you so much. Other questions? I think everybody's ready to run out for lunch.
I agree.
We really appreciate your work and your regular reports.
Okay, at this time, we are going to have recess for lunch break. Board members, lunch is provided for us and just follow whatever McCall says to do. And then we've got a couple of quick field trips we're gonna be making, and for everybody else, the meeting will return and reconvene promptly at 2:15 as we have still a full agenda for this afternoon to pound through before we wrap up our day. So we will stand in recess until 2:15.
call today.
Can you hear me, Renee?
All of a sudden. No, it's.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Renee.
Why do I always forget that? How's that sound?
That's perfect. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. They're on their little school tours right now, so.
Yeah, I know they are. I just wanted to see if this worked and
Yeah.
I'd installed software and, you know,
Oh.
everything.
Yep. All right. You look good. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's not my own hair, you know.
I know, but it looks beautiful.
Looks great.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. All right.
Well,
I'm gonna.
Okay, talk to you later. Bye.
We'll call the meeting back to order. This is the meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. Today is September 12th, 2024. We are meeting at Park High School in Livingston, Montana, in the high school library. Continue with our agenda. Our next agenda item is number 11, and it's our state superintendent report. And turn over to Kristen.
All right, thank you. Chair. Yes. Great. Well, thank you all for that exciting break. I don't see the superintendent, but it's a wonderful break time. So thank you for that. Right into our afternoon here. Just to start off, you can see the superintendent's update in your packet. And I just want to highlight a few things here. But first, we've been very, very busy preparing for the MAST three-year assessment. Our assessment team has been out doing a road show. They recently had a virtual summit that had over 250 educators logged in to learn about preparing for the MAST assessment this year. That first window is opening in October, so coming soon. And I know our first person up on our screen will be Cedar, and she'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we have 4 Teacher of the Year finalists. And so you can see a little, some information about those finalists also in your packet. For the early literacy targeted interventions, we have some preliminary data on Jumpstart programs. It looks like we had about 500 students participate in summer Jumpstart programs this summer for that early literacy intervention programs. And then the count day is coming in October 7th. And after that count day, we'll start to get more information and more data on the numbers of enrolled classroom intervention programs happening. So we'll have more information on that. For our home-based programs, we have almost 1,000 licenses already obligated for students for using those home-based programs throughout the state. And again, that's preliminary numbers. We're getting more information as the program rolls out. But that's about where we are. So that's really exciting. So we still have a few licenses available. We do have some licenses available for that. And we're still enrolling as school districts reach out to our early literacy specialists on those. And so with that, I'm ready to jump into our staff reports because we have a lot of people online, and we're starting off with Cedar. So Cedar is there. Hi, Cedar. So Cedar will start off with our assessment update for you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? Perfect. Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Cedar Rose, ROSC, last name for the record. I am the, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I am the assessment director for the Office of Public Instruction. As Chrissy said, we have had a busy few months, and even some of the things that we've done in the last week are not on the board packet. So I'm going to cover 2 topics throughout my presentation today for the assessment update. The first is really the preparation for MAST. As you heard, MAST is launching statewide operationally on October 15th. So we have been working diligently as a team to provide the outreach, the support, the information needed to be able to make sure that our educators, our field is ready for this. So I'm going to be briefly talking about that, and that information is going to be in your packet. And then my second topic for today, which will be a little bit longer, is our 2023-2024 statewide assessment data that became public on Tuesday. So we're going to go through that. I know that information is not in your packet, but I believe Executive Director Flynn was able to provide you with that information on Tuesday when it became public. I will pause in between sections just if you have any questions about MAST before we go into our statewide data. So to begin, I want to focus on our preparation for our first statewide operational window of MAST, and that's opening October 14th. The beginning of August, from August 9th to 17th, we took another tour around the state with our MAST Roadshow. We did one of those in the spring. We were able to do that again in August. So you can tell we went a long ways around the state. I think we covered 2,000 miles in total, going to 9 locations. And it really focused on technical support. Our last roadshow was really about the overview of a through year, what it means, what it can do for you. But we really wanted to focus our training this fall on getting schools prepared for MAST.
And so we focused on administration, score reports, resources, and another tool that we've worked with the Center for Assessment to provide on reviewing local assessment systems. And I'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about this summit, but really successful roadshow. There were 229 total educators that registered for that. We had some schools that brought big teams, some schools that just sent single people, but overall we reached 82 superintendents or principals and 100 additional curriculum or testing coordinators. And so overall, we were able to reach 185 schools, districts, counties, cooperatives, or organizations. So it was really successful. And then we moved into how else we are providing support for going into this. You know, we really want to scaffold for wherever our educators are going into MAST. So we continue to provide multiple avenues of support, both, you know, in person, synchronous, and then asynchronous as well. So we will be providing trainings leading up to that first administration window in October, through that, making sure that all those timely tasks are accomplished. We also provide office hours, which has been something new that we've done, especially focused around the scheduler tool. So we've talked about that math testlets need to be scheduled at the school level. So twice a week, we offer support in doing that, and that has been a huge success. I checked this morning, our deadline for all of our testlets being scheduled for all 301 of our districts that need to do that is September 20th. And as of noon, we were at 240 districts that have completed or started that. So we're making huge grounds, and my team has been reaching out to those districts we haven't made contact with. And as of today, we have reached out with every single district that needs to accomplish MAST. So every district that's going to be participating in MAST is aware and is able to have that support. Also, what we are providing, and this has been a continuation from what we've done last year, is our listening sessions. So between every single one of our testing windows, we will have a listening session that's really designed for educators, administrators to come to us and say, you know, this is what's working, this is what's not working, this is what we need to adjust. A common theme we've heard from our field throughout our travels and all of our support that we've providing is the appreciation for how much we changed. There was a lot of change that happened within our field test last year, and that was really based on the feedback that we received. And we've been working diligently internally with our New Meridian assessment partner to really ensure that this assessment is by Montana for Montana. And we have heard that our educators are seeing that, and they're appreciative of listening to that feedback and adjusting. We will continue to do that. Not just this year, but through the lifetime of this assessment, because we are really designing an assessment for Montana by Montana. Not in your packet, but something I just want to share is that happened a week ago as our MAST Virtual Summit. I know that Christy mentioned it, but last week on September 5th, we did a full day. It was 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock virtual for our educators, once again, to have the opportunity to have that training, that support, that professional learning that's really going to lend itself to a successful MAST administration come in October. So score reports, testlet scheduling again, the assessment system review, talking about instructional usefulness, and I'll highlight a few of those key sessions that I think were really valuable. We talked about accommodations, and as always, we really want to leave our field with, here's where you find additional resources, here's how you find support. If you have a question, you know, tomorrow, in a week, a month, whenever you need, we are here for you. 252 educators across Montana attended. We also, a few highlights that I want to talk about. We had a keynote by Dr. Carla Evans from the Center for Assessment, and she really spoke on the role of assessment in improving teaching and learning. And so ultimately, that's the goal of MAST, is to have an assessment that supports teaching, learning, and improving student outcomes. So she really set the stage to start thinking about, you know, even within an assessment, outside of an assessment, how can we support student learning and teaching and learning within an assessment. We've also been working very closely with the Center for Assessment and Dr. Nathan Dady. He actually came up with a tool that we are providing to our districts to look at their current assessment landscapes. We know that statewide assessments are not the only assessments that our districts are taking, and we've had a lot of questions about, well, what do we do about the other interim assessments that we're giving in our classrooms at the district level? So he was on and he provided a session about how to analyze, how to adjust, and how to really create a cohesive assessment system. And one thing that we focused on is analyzing, is the data that we are getting from our assessments being used, or is it just data for the sake of data? And we are continuously supporting that assessment and data literacy throughout the state and really figuring out what data can be used for improving a student outcomes and those decisions that affect our students. So that was great. Also in our summit, we had an educator panel of educators who were part of our pilot, and they shared their positive experiences. A few of the things I mentioned is, once again, appreciative of the feedback that we were able to use and be able to design, their promises for the future and having assessments that are for state and federal accountability, but also giving us usable information. I think one of my highlights on that was we also had a student who participated in MAST in the prior year, and he said he was, very excited. And one of his biggest points of excitement about it was he didn't have to go to bed early on nights you took MAST like you had to for Smarter Balanced. And so that was just one of those things, like the kids are realizing that this is part of what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. This does not change their routine. And with those shorter testlets that are spread throughout the year, we're really assessing students on what they know and what they can do rather than on their ability to sit through a lengthy test at the end of the year when they're trying to, hold on to all the things that they've learned throughout the year. So that was a really key highlight that we were excited for. I just want to share with you a few of our survey results. We had 51 people respond to our survey. When we talked about, did you understand the structure and purpose of a 3-year assessment? We had 94% of our attendees say yes to that or agree or strongly agree, which is exciting. And feeling confident about the technical knowledge to administer. We had 80% agree or strongly agree. So once again, not just taking that as like, yes, we have most of our people on board, but also digging into, so what else do we need to provide to make sure that everyone is in agreement that they feel confident in their technical knowledge to administer MAST starting in October. And then our last thing was, do they have a plan for staying informed or engaged for ongoing MAST opportunities? So wonderful to see that almost everyone agreed or strongly agreed that they know where to find those resources, they know where to find help. And I just commend our OPI assessment team for working diligently to support our schools through this process. We know change is big, we know change is hard, but we have done, I think, a fantastic job of supporting our state in this transition. 2 things I just wanted to leave you with, as I know that you guys have seen pilot score reports, so our score reports from last year that were really just item level, right or wrong. So I wanted to provide to you our iteration of our score report as of right now. We're continuously working with our technical advisors to tweak these even a little bit more to make sure that they are perfect to roll out when we start getting those score reports in October. So this is a math testlet on a student level. So things that we are including there is their overall performance level. So how are they doing in relation to their peers? We also have that testlet level summary that talks about what specific standards were being assessed, which is so exciting because teachers are going to be able to drill down and say, maybe my student was really great on 5 OA A1, but needs a little bit extra support on the other one. So really pointed information. And then I think what a lot of our educators are really excited about in our feedback groups is getting very specific information at the question level. What was the question asking? Were they able to do it or not? So this is what educators will receive back the week after administration of those testlets. So they will be getting these throughout the entire testing window to really have that timely information. Any of our student level reports aggregate up. So I've also provided to you a classlet level test report. So this will be occurring or will be sent out on a weekly basis. So every time a report's around, they will also get an updated testlet report on that specific content. So how great of a tool to be able to say, most of my students are getting it. We have a few key misconceptions. I'm going to pull those students and we're going to work on that skill this coming week so we can make sure that we are, plugging any gaps in understanding that we have. And then at the end of the year, this will also roll up to a testlet and a school and a district level. So for our educational leaders who are maybe looking at curriculum, maybe looking at professional learning that needs to occur, they're going to be able to see all the students in their school and also in their district. So like I said, I wanted to provide that for you. I'm going to pause here for any questions before we go into our statewide assessment data.
Questions? Okay, please proceed.
Perfect. Then with that, like I said, this information on our statewide assessment data, the presentation should have got to you on Tuesday from Executive Director Flynn. The slide numbers on this presentation matches what you have as well. There are a lot of visualizations. I will go through this, relatively quickly for the sake of time, but I want to make sure that if there are any additional things that you need, any data you want me to dig into more, speak to, I can absolutely do this. I did have the opportunity to present this information to the assessment committee on Monday before we came out from under our district embargo. So some of the board members have been able to see this a little bit early. Like I said, this is a large data set. We have multiple visualizations, and I really just want this to help support the understanding of this year's data. So the first thing, just a quick overview of what we're going to speak through on this. We have our statewide data release timeline, how this data becomes available at the school, the district, at the state level, and then publicly as well. We're going to talk a little bit about the waived reporting for the masked field test. As we know, we had a wonderful waiver that prevented our districts who are in the masked field test to not have to take Smarter Balance as well, and how that's affecting our data. We're going to talk about 3rd through 8th grade math and ELA data, then our grade 11 math and ELA data, and then I'm going to leave it with our science data in grades 5, 8, and 11. So just a quick overview of this data release timeline, very similar to previous years. After testing finishes in the spring, those score reports at the student level are released to schools, so they're able to, after testing, start to see where their students are doing, but really can't compare that to other districts, other states, as that is all embargoed until we go through the data reconciliation process that we go through in the summer. On September 3rd, we started our district embargo through GEMS, and so those educators with the credentials to be able to log into there were able to go and see their school, their district, and then the statewide data as well to prepare them. We field questions during that time, make sure everyone's able to see what they need to see, and if there's any questions or clarifications that need to be made, it really provides that week for schools to feel comfortable in asking that before we go to our public data release. So our public data release was on Tuesday of this week at 8 o'clock. We had a media release from the Office of Public Instruction. This data is also going to be provided to the Education Interim Committee, and then I have the opportunity to provide it to all of you as well. So a few caveats with this data, because it's going to look a little bit different this year when it comes to who participated. So because of that August 2023 Department of Education waiver that we submitted and was granted, that asked for our schools who are participating en masse in the 23-24 school year to not have to be double tested. That was granted by the Department of Education, which is really a historic granting of being able to have a large scale field test without having to have the accountability, the reporting for that group of students. So 218 students did participate, or 218 schools, participate in that masked pilot. So those schools are not included in this data. They were waived from reporting and administration of the Smarter Balanced Assessment. They participated with masked with fidelity. So the data I'm going to talk through today for the 3rd through 8th grade level is approximately 54% of this percent of the students who usually take it. So that's about 36,000 students. So that's based on our total eligible population, which is usually around 68,000 students. We had 36,000 students that did not participate in the masked field test. And so you will see that this is a drastically smaller population, but one thing that we're really excited about is demographically, it was a very similar group to our entire student population. So this first column is really what we're basing that benchmark off of. So you will see that we have our enrollment. So we had, like I said, 54% of all eligible 3rd through 8th graders reported scores for the 23-24 school year. And then what we looked at as well is our subgroup participation. So that dotted line is at 54% mark. So for schools that, it was their option to participate in masked or not last year, it is astounding how close we were able to get that 54% mark across our demographics. So when we're talking about not just this data set here, but also the information we're getting out of our masked pilot, we feel very confident for a non-random sample that we have very close demographics. So when you look at this data and some of the trends we see in our statewide data that's published this year, a lot of it is a continuous trend from what we saw in previous years because we feel like we have a very representative sample based on our demographics. When I go through the next sections of this for both math and ELA, you're going to see a lot of the same visuals just for math and ELA. So first, we're going to go through our proficiency levels, our proficiency rates by year. We're going to talk through grade level data and then cohort data, which is something that I shared with us last year. And it's really interesting to track the same group of students. So we're going to start it with our math proficiency levels in 3 through 8. Notice we have that asterisk there because it is 54% of our population. But without knowing it, you really couldn't tell that this was not the entire state population with how closely our trends are followed. So our trends continued from our previous years. We have a steady increase for students in both the proficient and the advanced level. So it's really good to see that steady increase in the area of math. I like this view because it also shows our pre-pandemic rates as well. So a few things that I want to point out, we have had that steady increase from the 2021 spring onward. We're about 1% each year, so slow and steady increase. But as you can see, we are still significantly below where we were with our pre-pandemic rates. So before we had that break in learning and that break in testing, we were at that almost 42%. So it's good to see that growth, and we're going to look at that cohort growth a little bit more and see what grades could be affecting it. But it is great to see our level of students that are demonstrating proficiency in math are having that steady increase since the pandemic. So this is looking at the grade level data. So I want to be clear here. We're going to look at cohort data, which is following the same group of students. For each plot of data, this is a different group of students for each year. So a few things that I want to point out on here. Great to see that, for the most part, every grade level is making improvement. There's been a lot of focus around that middle school math area. And so to see that our, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are all increasing at a steady pace is really great to see. We did see a little stagnation with our 3rd and 4th graders, and as well as our 11th graders. But one thing I do want to call out with our 11th graders across the board is we had a huge increase in proficiency for both math and ELA last year. So for that level of proficiency to remain relatively the same and not drop back down, that's really promising to see. So with our math across grade levels, we're looking strong in the fact that we are having improvement from year to year. This is that cohort data. So this is tracking the same group of students and seeing really where they were at certain points. So you will see that there's a gap in 9th and 10th grade as we don't have a 9th or 10th grade statewide assessment. But a few things that we talked about last year and things that we've been diving into this data is, does the time that you had that learning disruption during COVID affect your ability to, close that gap again? And so what we're seeing is our students are doing a better job rebounding. So when we think about last year's data, our 11th graders were still performing about 11% less students were proficient than what they were as 7th graders before the pandemic. This year's 11th graders, while we are still, significantly below where they were pre-pandemic, their difference from 8th graders is only 0.7% less students were proficient. So we're starting to see, once again, some of those recovery. We've also looked at when the time you went through COVID, does that affect? And we can see that our 8th graders over here are still significantly below where they were in our pre-pandemic levels, but our 8th graders our 11th graders made some progress. So it'll be interesting to continuously look at this data to see if that continues, and the farther we get from that, that gap in learning that was provided to us by the pandemic, if we're able to recover a little bit more. Then the last thing I want to share with you is subgroup data. So I think this is really important data to look at to see if our subgroups are following the same trends, if we're seeing some different things. And so as you can see, that top left corner is our statewide proficiency, which I already shared with you. But we also have our economic disadvantage, our English learners, our special education, and then we have American Indian students on the next slide, and I'll talk about that. So for the most part, a lot of our subgroups are performing similar to our statewide data and trends as we have an increase in proficiency in advanced, but our economic disadvantage and our English learner and our special education are still well below our proficiency levels that we're seeing statewide. Our English language learners, as well as our American Indian students, we are not seeing those improvements we are seeing from our statewide proficiency and also performing at a much lower rate. So I wanted to call that out as that is not, those are two subgroups that are not performing in that same way. I also want to point out as although those two subgroups are not mutually exclusive, our American Indian students are performing below our students in special education. So I think as we continue to think about, what direction does this data point us in, I think that's a strong indication of where we need to focus efforts and continue to work to provide that support to those subgroups. Moving on to our ELA proficiency. So once again, I'm going to start with overall proficiency levels over the last 4 years. So as we saw our math proficiency have that steady decrease, we are seeing a steady increase. We are seeing a decrease with our ELA proficiencies. So our novice performance level continues to increase, which is leading to a decrease in our overall proficiency in our post-pandemic years. Looking at that more longitudinal view of things, where we have that pre-pandemic proficiency rates, we are still seeing that consistent decrease. Now you can see just the students who are proficient or advanced in that. And this decrease started in the year before the pandemic, but was really accentuated in that gap year that we had. And in the 4 years since. So I want to dig into a few things that we looked at when we looked at the more grade level things to see, what could be causing this overall decrease. So first thing I want to call out is those 11th graders. I think that when we came together last year to look at this data, we really celebrated our 11th graders and the huge increase that we saw in proficiency last year. That held true. So we are still having students at our 11th grade taking the ACT that are performing, over 50% of them are demonstrating proficiency. Those are higher than what they were doing before the pandemic. So when we look at our grade levels that may need a little bit extra support, I really want to call out those third graders. So if you look before the pandemic, our third graders were more in the middle of where other grade levels were performing. And so we wanted to think about what did those third graders go through where we're seeing a continual decrease in our proficiency, and especially this year. And I think if we look at our cohort data, this really points this out. So if we look at our third graders for this year, so that is our 39.2%, and we track them back, they were kindergartners the year we came back from the pandemic. So when you think about what those kindergartners experienced, first of all, many of them probably had a hybrid learning experience. And even when they were in the classroom, learning those early, phonemic awareness, those literacy skills, really learning to read, they were doing so with a mask on and with their teachers having a mask on. So when you think about the importance of early literacy and being able to actually see how you articulate sounds, I think that when they came into school and were building those foundational skills is really causing that decrease that we're seeing in that third grade that we haven't necessarily seen before the pandemic and is definitely accentuated this year. So I think this is a good indication that we're going to continue to monitor that group and continue to provide the support to, build up those early literacy skills, because we know they are so important. If they don't get those early on, that it's going to affect those moving forward. So I thought that was really interesting looking at those third graders and their educational experience. A few other things, positives I want to highlight. Our 11th graders are performing well above what they did when they were 8th graders and well above where they were pre-pandemic. So we have seen a full recovery with our 11th graders. Once again, my theory is the later you experience that pandemic learning loss, the better you're able to recover. And I feel like our data is still supporting that. So definitely that's a positive news out of that, but still some data that we want to continuously track and see how we can support our younger learners that may have had some disruption when they were learning those early literacy skills. Subgroup data again for our ELA scores. A few things I want to point out here is we're having a lot of the same trends in all of our subgroups, so that kind of a steady decrease when it comes to those proficiency levels. They largely mirror our overall statewide proficiency with our economic disadvantage or English learners, and then our special education students and American Indian students that are performing trends the same, but much lower than our statewide proficiency. So continuously to monitor those subgroups to see how we can support them. Final thing, when we talk about our 3rd through 8th grade data, I just want to talk about, this is all this current year's data, so not cohorts. This is just grade level by grade level by grade level. So our orange is our math proficiency levels by grade. Our ELA is our blue proficiency levels by grade. As we've seen and what we've seen in the past is our proficiency levels for math are usually higher in our, mid-elementary, our 3rd and 4th grade years, and 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th seem to go down. That data that we saw a few slides ago when it came to math showed that, like, even though they are lower than those 3rd and 4th grade, we are seeing some increase, which is really positive to see. For our ELA, once again, calling out those 3rd grade learners, they are well below where we traditionally expect our 3rd graders to be and below where they have historically been, but pretty similar across our 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade levels. This is just a summary of the key points that we talked about, that we have about half of the students that are participating. Our math proficiency levels are generally decreasing as students progressing through the grades, but overall we saw an increase in math proficiency this year and a decrease in ELA. We're going to move on to our 11th grade, so those students who are taking the ACT. Here is our participation levels. So very typical year for our participation in our ACT. We had about 93 to 92% of our students participate in our ACT this year. Our composite trend, like I said, one thing that we wanted to continuously focus on was that increase that we saw last year. Would that continue? And we did have a minor decrease. I think that that's supported by a slight decrease in our ELA levels, but anytime you see a huge growth from one year, one thing that we worry about, or something that we are interested to see, is will that trend hold out, or will there be a decrease? So the fact that we only had a 1/10 of a point composite score decrease for ACT shows that, last year wasn't a fluke. It was something that is really demonstrating that our 11th graders are performing strongly, still below pre-pandemic levels, but higher than we've seen since the pandemic. Here's our 8th grade math proficiency levels. Both our math and our ELA were pretty similar to last year. So as you can see, we still have a large portion of our 11th grade students who are not demonstrating proficiency in math, though. So although we're not seeing a decrease, still something that they are performing, their proficiency levels for math are decreased substantially compared to our ELA proficiency. And then for our ELA proficiency levels, like we highlighted last year and this year as well, we saw a huge increase in the 23 data year. Good to see there is, a small decrease, but nothing substantial. So even if we compare it to our longitudinal data, if we didn't have that increase last year, this would have been our highest proficiency for ELA that we have seen. So great data around ELA, over 50% of our students are demonstrating proficiency when it comes to that 11th grade test. Those key points again, marginal decrease in the composite score due to that slight decrease in ELA proficiency, but we're seeing that consistent math proficiency compared to last year that is still substantially lower than what we're seeing in ELA. And then finally, our science proficiency. So we assess science in 5th, 8th, and 11th grade. On the left side of the screen, you will see our 5th and 8th grade combined proficiency. It is very similar to what we've had in our past years, with about 40% of 5th and 8th graders demonstrating proficiency on their science assessment, the MSA and the AMSA. And then for our 11th graders, very similar trend to what we saw last year, with about 3 out of 10 students demonstrating proficiency in science on that 11th grade assessment. Once again, this is a huge data set. The OPI GEMS webpage has many different ways you can look at it, disaggregated data, look at different grade levels. You can go ahead and explore there. But with that, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Cedar. And next we're moving into our federal update, and Chair Tharp, Carrie Koba is not able to make it today, so I'd like to invite Dr. Julie Mergel to come up to stand in for Carrie. And in addition, Julie's going to be sharing about some other federal waiver information with the board.
Quick notes, I told OPI we need to wrap up with their report by 3:25. We've got those 2 license up issues, and then we are time certain with a contested case hearing at 3:30.
Thank you, Chair Tharp, members of the board. Julie Mergel, spelled M-U-R-G-E-L for the record, Chief Program Officer at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. We have a very quick federal update on page 345 in your packet. So we just completed this summer 9 regional sites for the eGrants tour to help our school districts be sure that they're able to get their grant information into the eGrant system to access those funds. We had 110 school personnel attend those, and of those 110, 1/3 of them were new personnel. So it's really important that we're able to support, especially the new folks that are coming on board, how to really manage those systems and how to really be sure that information is in. We did have a couple of new Title I funding requirements for homeless, where a homeless liaison needs to attend 3-hour trainings as part of the Title I funding this year, as well as setting aside at least a minimum of $35 to address homeless, which is based on national trends that we're seeing. There's a total of 71 million that is going out through federal programs for all of the different programs, from Title I to Title III for English language learners, Title II for effective instruction, down to our rural Title V. We did just complete a risk assessment on how our districts are managing their funds from the 22-23 school year. Through that process, we look at a few different kinds of categories and determinations, whether it's they're following the assurances, they're drawing down their cash downs in the appropriate timelines, whether they're reporting things on time, the academic performance, and then just really their financial fiscal audit that comes from a third-party auditor in their school districts. Through that process, we had identified a list of school districts that were coming in as high risk, that had significant indicators of risk of managing those dollars. And we're working with them right now on that process and really helping them figure out what needs to happen to ensure that they don't remain in high risk. The second piece I would just want to bring to your attention is that we applied for a waiver to the Department of Education on May 30th to hold the designations for targeted for our school districts during this upcoming school year for the 24-25 as we're rolling out MAST. Its first year is operational. Knowing that we did not and will not, because our comprehensive schools, the bottom 5%, we're not on that cycle. We won't be on that cycle until we've been implementing MAST for 2 full years. The department denied that waiver, and the department said that this year the accountability system will run and that this is an operational test. They expect it to be an operational test, that there's been a long runway for the pilot from their opinion. And so just wanted to share that it's really important that everyone understand that the pilot ended last school year. We had that initial pilot, expanded pilot, and we are in our operational year. So that data will be collected, standards will be set this summer, they'll be reported on the report card, and they will be utilized in the fall and early spring to determine targeted schools for individual pieces. That's all that I have. I stand for any questions that you might have on that federal component.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julie. And looks like Wendy's on to do a quick ESSER update for us.
Thank you, Chair and board members. Just, I don't know if you have in your packet this information, but I can go ahead and share my screen. This is a brief overview with takes a second for the system to pick it up. Sort of our various snapshots of the timeline that we have on ESSER. This is the 90% that the schools have, and then our spend out of the 10%. We're working with districts right now in the closeout, which is going very well. And as we do that closeout, we're looking at how the funds are being spent, sort of doing a back view using the data collection tools that we used in the past, in the last couple of months, but then also looking at capital expenditure pieces that school districts have done. This view here is really nice because it does show how ESSER 2 and 3 funds were spent in the instructional, the whole wellness, and then other, but it also shows in the lost instructional time closeness on some of those. And I think that's important to see that we have, oops, let me bring that up, that you can see that there is this instructional component that was the major focus. The instructional component, of course, includes things like staffing and curriculum. So it includes both of those items in there. Coming down here, we do have a little bit more detail in terms of the items that are being purchased out of ESSER, primarily in 3, in the capital expenditure side of things. Things like an HVAC, windows, asbestos, building facility projects, lead, bathroom, water. Some of these numbers have changed a little bit from last year because those projects may have been out there and then the district decided to switch funds a little bit and use, again, ESSER as an amendable grant, switch the funds to ESSER being staff, for example, and using other facility funds for the building projects themselves. I did also want to briefly show you this wonderful color sheet, which I know some of you have seen. This is a closeout document that we're using as we work with schools and closing out ESSER. We are walking through ESSER 1, 2, and 3. The primary reason for that is that ESSER 1 guidance came through minimally from the feds in terms of what we needed to provide. And by the time we got to 3, it was more specific. So we're walking through all of these going backwards to help districts have their documentation all consistent whenever possible. And then we're doing a bunch of things like screenshots down here to recommend anchorage on different wording. So it's a little bit of a messy document, but districts so far are indicating that they like the fact that it's all in one place, and even the color coding that they like. So that's a high level overview. We stand for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Mhm.
Next, we have our data modernization update. Is Julia on the line? That's Julia Caro. There she is. All right, and so Julia, you're on for a quick data modernization update.
Awesome, thank you so much. Chair Thorpe and members of the board, my name is Julia Caro, and I'm the new Senior Data Operations Manager for the OPI. And I'm excited to be working with our talented team of data professionals as well as the data modernization project. I have a few updates. First, we delivered our legislative report on education data integration. This report details our project progress along with key insights of the project as a whole. And it's easy to find this report. It's on our webpage. If you go to the data modernization page on the website, look for the current legislative report button, and it's right there at the top of the page. And next we have our data modernization project is a multifaceted system, and we're focusing right now on the analytics and insights module. This is the dashboarding component that will eventually replace the existing GEMS system. Part of this work is setting up connections with our school districts so that they can get data to us, not in real time, but near real time. So we've successfully established our Kalispell VPN connection, and we're adapting the lessons we learned in creating this first connection to help accelerate the upcoming connections. And we're really excited. The ball is really rolling, and it's an exciting time in the project. So I'm looking forward to updating on the new connections next time. And finally, I'm excited to announce that Steve and WT from our digital communications team has produced a series of videos for us. They are data modernization videos, and we have featured a modern and engaging AI presenter. And these videos help provide project background information as well as they answer some frequently asked questions that we have received. And I'd like to invite you to check those out. They are on our data modernization page as well. Click the project overview material button and give those a look. The presenter is AI, which I think is kind of great for our data modernization pretty engaging. So I'm excited to have you check those out. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, okay. Julia, thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have our content standards revision update with Marie. Hi, Marie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marie Judish, that's Judisch for the record, and I'm your manager of teaching and learning. Is that echoing?
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. All right. I will be very quick today. I just wanted to highlight on page 357 of your packet, you'll see the updates on the different teams and the staff. We have had incredible professionals support us along the way. We are now in the reconciliation phase. We are going to have some more in-person meetings just to make sure that we get the great time together and look and honor the work that they've done. In particular, the revisions are really looking at, it'll look like a complete strike through, only in that there's a complete restructure of the standards and they will go by grade level standards. The team has worked really hard following the simplicity, practicality, and clarity that has been the driving force behind these to make them more accessible for our students and our teachers as well. When we present these, you'll notice the new domains will be reading, writing, inquiry and investigations, and speaking and listening. We will move a lot of the elaborations and details to guidance documents, and those guidance documents will be much more robust than what has been in the past, modeled after what we are doing with the math content standards. Our biggest focus moving in the next few weeks of reconciliations before negotiated rulemaking will be ensuring that vertical alignment is thorough and thoughtful in those progressions to reading proficiency, and also the authentic integration of Indian education for all. We have an incredible task force that's really being thoughtful in that work and thinking in a new and innovative way to make sure that it's much more authentic in those experiences. Again, we'll have guided documents that will be much more expanded, and we will contract with professionals, whether it's in the IFA areas for our different sovereign nations, to make sure that those are much more authentic, and establishing literacy practices, much like the mathematical practices that were presented in that package. With that, I will stand for any questions on the ELA content standard revisions.
Thank you. Murray, can you tell me what form the reconciliation team looks at the standards? Are they looking at the version of the standards that we've seen in charts, comparing, the way it was to the way it's proposed to be? Or are they actually looking at the language for the administrative rule?
Chair Tharp and Board Member Quinlan, we went straight to the administrative rule. I was very intentional about that as we are editing rule to make sure that we are following that and we're going back to what it was and then reestablishing it. And you will see that the redlining from the original rule to the new rule, even though we will not have the same organization of those standards. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Marie?
Nope. Thank you for your time. And you can always email me if you need any other updates.
Thanks, Marie. And then the next topic I would like to introduce, I think we have everyone here in person for this one, but we have some 4-day school week research that Dr. Robin Clausen has been working on with some research partners at the University of Montana. I see them here in the room, and so I'd like to invite Dr. Clausen up and to come and discuss and share some of this interesting information on the 4-day school week.
You have my PowerPoint? The one in the packet?
In
the packet?
Is it in the packet? Yes, in the packet. That's correct.
This one?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Robin Flossman. I work in the GEMS unit, or the statewide longitudinal data system. I'm the program manager, and I'm also principal investigator of the National Center for Educational Research project that we have about the early warning system.
I'm here to talk today about a research I've been helping to facilitate with the University of Montana about 4-day schooling. And 4-day schooling is important because many schools have gone that direction. And also many schools have made certain claims in one direction or the other direction about how 4-day schooling is impacting Montana. And the fact of the matter is we really didn't know these directions until U of M did their research. And after the conclusion of their research project, we'll have many exciting opportunities to extend this research into next year. So basically what we have with 4-day schooling is we started off in 2006-07 with about 10 schools. And there was a ramp up around 2012, 2013. And there was a second ramp up after COVID. So that now there's over 200 schools that currently are 4-day schools. So it's interesting the drivers behind those two different ramps up. The first one in 2011, 2012 might indeed be the recession, and the ramp up may be due to the pandemic effects of COVID during the most recent time period. So basically what our research does is we partner with the principal investigator of this research project, the 4-day project, which is Dr. Erica Allen from the University of Montana. And they look at a variety of different areas. Now, my main task was getting them the data that they need. And boy, did they need a lot of data. And on top of that, was kind of walking along with the project and making sure that the project was meeting its goals, as well as hearing some very interesting findings coming along throughout the process. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the U of M to complete the presentation.
Thank you, Robin. So when Robin said that we have requested a substantial amount of data, we, as we were going along, we started tracking our data just to see where we were at. And we, just for 5 of the 8 questions, which we had a census on, we figured we had looked at 70 million cells of data. So we very much appreciate Robin and all of his work. So we can look at many areas of the differences between the 4-day school week schedule and the 5-day school week schedule. So let's see if I can look. Sorry, I'm using a different computer and Robin and me. Okay, I think I got it. So our team on this project was myself and Dr. Erica Allen, Dr. John Matt. I'm gonna stop really quick. The last time that they looked at student achievement in differences in the 4-day school week and the 5-day school week was in 2013. And that was with Dr. Tharp's dissertation, his doctoral dissertation study. And Dr. John Matt was his chair. And so he was familiar with this work and with this data. And Dr. Bill McCaw, who's also on this team, was on Dr. Thorpe's committee. So these two gentlemen were very familiar with this data. We were excited to look at this because Dr. Matt has wanted to come back and revisit this many years later. So those are 2 of the members, and Dr. Chin Tong was also a member with us. And we can't forget our dean, Dr. Dan Lee, did a lot of consulting with us. He would come pop in, we would show him what we were doing, and he would ask questions. So we very much appreciate his guidance also. So in this study, we looked at 8 different questions, and those were the big, broad, overriding questions. The first 5 questions, we were able to gather, because of Robin, a census data, which means that we were able to look at data from every student in every school district in Montana. And that is huge. This is probably one of the most
most data out of all the four-year school studies that happened out there, this is probably one of the broadest, and a lot of that was work was because Dr. Costin was able to give us that data. So we looked at school expenditures, and with that, we looked at the annual trustee reports that school districts are required to submit each year. We looked at their financial data. We looked at educational data with that. We looked at maintenance. We looked at transportation, and we looked at food services. And then looking at the differences in every one of those four categories, we found that the cost was higher in the 4-day school week than it was in the 5-day school week, except for food services, because they had that one less day to feed. We also looked at student achievement, and we broke student achievement down many ways. This is a big part of our study. Within our study, we have about 124 panels of data to look at, and a lot of that data comes from the student achievement itself. And I'll share just a few highlights. There is much more when this final report comes out on September 30th. But looking at that, we looked at student achievement in grades 3 through 8 using the MONTCAS and the SBAC data. Now, there is a difference in the years when we move from MONTCAS to SBAC. There is a drop in overall achievement scores. But even with that drop, the gaps in the achievement remain just about the same between the 4-year or 4-day school week and the 5-day school week. And in almost every instance, the 5-day school week did outperform the 4-day school week in our findings. And we also wanted to look at longitudinal data. So we did that. One of the big ways was by cohort schools. So we took schools that started in a certain year. So if 8 schools started in 2012, we tracked those throughout the years, and we compared those years that they were in the 4-day school week with schools who were in the 5-day school week, and consistently the 5-day school week outperformed. And as with that longitudinal data, the longer that schools were in the 4-day school week schedule, the lower the proficiency went down. And we looked at novice and advanced. So looking at level of students in those cohorts that were at the proficient, the advanced level and the novice level, the longer that they were in the 4-day school week, the less advanced students they had and the higher the novice. So they went the way that we did not want to see them go. We also wanted to look at the ACT data, because we spent a lot of our time looking at that grades 3 through 8, but we wanted to look and see how the high school looked. And so we looked at the ACT in the 11th grade, and we looked at it 3 different ways. I'll just discuss one right now, but we looked at students who started their career in the 1st grade in the 4-day school week, and then finished in the 11th grade. They were finished, but when they took their ACT test in the 11th grade, how that looked compared to their fellow students who were in the 5-day school week. And we found that students who were in the 5-day school week outperformed those who were in the 4-day school week by 2.8 points. That is not percents, that is points, composite points on the ACT. So that was a pretty big number we looked at. We looked at student attendance, and there is a slight difference, and it is a small difference, but there is a slight, the 5-day school week did perform slightly better in all categories than the 4-day school week. We looked at graduation rates, and I won't go for the sake of time too deeply into these. These will all be in the report, but we did look at graduation rates. We looked at student behaviors. We've looked at recruitment of teachers, because that's a big reason why we're finding a lot of schools are looking towards going to the 4-day school week, as they're hoping to recruit teachers. That was a little bit difficult to get at, and we are still bringing in that data. We have surveys out right now, and so I don't want to report until we kind of have a really solid idea where we're at there. We looked at how different school districts in 4-day and 5-day were using their schedules and how they were using those days for student development. And so that will all be in the report, different ideas. It was interesting how creative some people are using. So that's a really broad overview of about a 90-page document that will come out. We did a lot of desegregation, and there's a lot of interesting facts in there. So I will turn this back over to you. If any questions for me before I finish up.
Board members. I have to kind of pack their stuff so we have a little bit more time here. So this is your opportunity.
student report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate in November at our board meeting, to have an opportunity to see that report? Will it be done by then?
Yes, our plans are to get our report finalized and to OPI by September 30th. So we will be ready if you want to report in November, we'll be ready for that. Yes.
Do you have any just overall preliminary information you can provide? And you might have touched a little bit on it, but you went nice and quickly as you were on the impact on various grade spans being different than others.
Yeah, and we desegregated by school, by grade levels and by students. And almost across the board, the 5-day outperformed the 4-day school district. There were a few pockets where they didn't, but overall, they did perform better the 5-day. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and just
Okay.
one follow-up,
Okay.
did you guys take into account schools that offer a 5th-day program and segregate the data in that way at all?
Are you talking about schools that offer that 5th day in like an enrichment kind of a program?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't look specifically in that. They were kind of all together. I mean, we'll look in that when we talked about scheduling and how they're using that 5th day, we'll share that.
Okay.
We tried not to go specifically by school district. We didn't want to call out any school district, so this is more just a statewide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Rasmussen, right behind you on your right shoulder.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, is there any reason that you found for the difference in performance between some of the 4 days and the few that you said that really outperformed the rest? Is your analysis going to get to that granular level?
We probably will not get to that granular level in this report. Again, we try to be very careful in looking at specific school districts. And a lot of it would be we have a lot of background in educational leadership, so we could have brought our own thoughts, and then we tried to leave that out. We tried to leave this just at the data level.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, to the University of Montana team, the researchers, thank you. I look so forward to the full report. I think that this is going to be a very powerful and a useful tool for school administrators, trustees, this board, the Office of Public Instruction, and now and for years to come. So thank you for doing the deep dive, and I can't wait to take a look at it.
We're excited to share it, so thank you.
When you looked at expenditures, did you look, you told us that it was more expensive to operate a 4-day, well, it played out that it was more expensive to operate a 4-day week than a 5. Did you look at a shift in expenditures, less money maybe spent on transportation for a 4-day school week, but more money spent on something else? Were you able to look within the expenditure?
No, we didn't compare it that way. That would be an interesting future study though to look at.
Thank you.
Yes.
And as somebody who's researched this topic, it would be difficult because the cost of fuel has jumped so much in recent years that even if you're not putting the buses on the road an extra day a week, the cost of diesel is more than overridden that.
Yeah.
Dr. App?
That's all I have.
Okay. Any members of the research team?
I want to say, thank you, Dr. Tharp. We stole a lot of your methodology. And we would also have a report for you today, so we're still arguing over what picture to put on the cover.
Dr. Matt wants his picture on the cover, but we're not so sure.
And you'll find when you read the reports is that, one hallmark of good research is to ask new questions. And there's questions to be answered here that we just haven't delved into at this juncture of our research, but there's more to be done.
A lot of the credit on this initially goes to Dr. Matt. When I first came to him and I wanted something to study, he said, "Hey, I got an idea for you." And I understand the data set because I remember approaching OPI and having to get it through the IRB process and basically had to give my, the birth certificate of my firstborn to OPI to get the data set. And because I had all of that Moncast data for over 10 years and every student, and yeah, that was a lot for Excel to juggle back then.
And Dr. Matt has held on to that data. And we had many discussions over the last 2 years about, we've got to do something with this. So you
Well,
started a really good thing, Dr. Thorpe.
thank you. Well, and I'm grateful that it continues. I know Dr. Matt approached me a couple of times, and I'm doing some postdoc research. But I really appreciate the fact that it's continued to affirm and support the original results. And the most important thing then is, what do we do with it? What is the implications for lawmakers, for the OPI, for school districts across the state? And so we look forward to reading the final report.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. I just wanted to say thank you to the research team. Incredible amount of work goes into that. And I was curious if you know of other states, or if you looked at any other states that have done a similar dive.
You know, we did do a literature review before we started all of this, and there are other states who are looking at different parts of the 4-day school week. There's a group out in Oregon that is doing quite a bit of work, but nobody that we found that has gone this deeply and this broadly. So this is exciting, I think, report.
I could expand on that too, but this is the only study except for Tim's that we know of that used the census. Meaning we had all of the data from every student and every school district in the state. All others that studied this in other states and samples, they grab samples of data, and then they extrapolate from the samples, they infer from those samples. There's no inferential data there. It's all what it is.
Amazing, thank you. And, oh, sorry.
You're fine.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you to OPI too. I know Robin is incredible, and I believe the lone wolf research analyst at OPI, so at that degree. And so thank you guys for supporting the work so we can be informed.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, does OPI have any information about which school districts currently might be studying this issue and preparing to transition to reporting?
So, Chair, Board Member, I think the piece that's going to be really important, we're hoping that University of Montana will contract with us again. It'll be in your mailbox here in the next couple of days to extend this research, because we would like to have the university bring in 5 school districts willingly who want to be able to take a look at this data and go through data analysis of their own, and to say how did our own individual district do, and I would like the university to work with them, help facilitate, guide that conversation on that data analysis, but really to bring that own community together, and to watch them, see how they kind of go through that almost in like a fishbowl kind of, right, really observe them, so that they could then produce a guidance document for all school districts to say, how can you look at your own data, and how do you then begin to ask as your own community questions around what are the implications for us, so that we don't know, right, how some individual districts, data might be compared to the whole state level. And so we don't want to make any judgment calls on that, but we would like for the university to kind of model this, right, on how you as a district yourself could take a look at your data, analyze it, and maybe determine your own implications, and then produce a guidebook later. So that's kind of what we're in negotiations on, if they're willing and have the time to kind of extend it to say, now that we have this data since 2011, that's pretty comprehensive. So when they're saying census data, it's not only census data deep, but wide all the way back to 2011. And so we are hoping to continue this conversation, because now what, right? So more to come, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
I think that is it. Thank you, Dr. Al. We appreciate it. Thank you to all the OPI team who presented today. We presented you with a lot of information, so please reach out to us with any questions or further clarifications that you need. A lot of food for thought, I think, and as promised, we are handing it back to you, Chair Tharp.
Perfect, thank you so much. turn things over to licensure committee and Vice Chair Henning.
Thank you. We are on to item 12, which is page 368 of your packet. And we will ask Brenton Craig to join us at this time. All right, we are ready. Go ahead, please, Mr. Craig.
Just to clarify, are we starting with item 12?
We are on item 12, notice of the surrender of BPE case number 2024-08, please.
This was a case where we received the surrender of this individual shortly after we filed the case with the Board of Public Education. This individual was previously a teacher up in Browning Public Schools, placed on administrative leave following allegations and investigations alleging that he had immoral conduct related to the teaching profession by having inappropriate physical interactions with a minor female student. OPI has received the signed and notarized affidavit of surrender on his teaching license.
From the board.
No action necessary. This is just a notification.
Okay, thank you for the information. We are moving on to item number 13. And this is action on motion to dismiss of BPE case number 2023-01. And it is on page 369.
Members of the board, this was a case that ironically enough involving Mr. Case was the first case that I observed as an attorney at OPI in front of the Board of Public Education last summer, in July of last summer. The case had been moved to full hearing after Mr. Case had had been arrested and sentenced to the Department of Corrections for 10 years under the charge of assaulting a police officer. Mr. Case's attorney came and asked the case to be continued due to the case being appealed through the Montana Supreme Court. At the end of July, the Montana Supreme Court rendered their verdict upholding the lower court's verdicts across the board. No changes, no additional legal action occurring. Mr. Case's attorney, who has power of attorney over Mr. Case, signed over the affidavit of surrender on his teaching license and provided a copy of power of attorney as well. As such, OPI has submitted our notice of surrender and motion to dismiss in this case.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions from the board?
This is an active and open case. We do need a motion to dismiss this. If you're prepared.
Yes. I move to approve the motion to dismiss in BPE case number 2023-01 case.
Second. Okay, got a motion and a second to dismiss case 2023-1. Last name is also the case. Any discussion? Questions? Public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And this moves us to item number 14 at this time, and we are at 3:30, time certain for the case on no runner. And at this time, I'm going to turn things over to our legal counsel, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Really quickly, I have an email from one of our witnesses saying that she is attempting to log on to the meeting. It's asking for a username and password. The meeting ID and password are not working.
I have lots of other people on here that I'm assuming were the same link that you sent for other witnesses, so.
Jordan had the same problem. I resent her the link and that one worked. I don't know what happened.
Would you like to try to send it?
Yes, if you would mind giving me a couple minutes.
Yeah, you have a minute to do that. While you're doing that, I can just go ahead and both the parties in this, I understand Mr. No Runner is online too, so let's see if we can get him in.
The witness says that she's in there.
Okay, great. And Mr. No Runner, has he been admitted? Mr. No Runner, can you hear me? I think you're on mute. Okay. We have Mr. No Runner and we have Brent Craig on behalf of the Board of Education. You both the parties should have received an email from me this morning laying out what the timelines will be for this. So we'll spend the first 5 minutes on the motion and lemonade. We'll be timing everything to make sure this moves along. The board members, you should have all received a copy of the motion. Essentially, I'll let the VP present their position, but essentially the idea is that there are a couple exhibits that the board of, that the OPI, not VPE, is objecting to in advance. So that will be ruled on at the outset. We'll just do 5 minutes for that now, give each side 2 minutes to present. Mr. Craig's, you're on.
Thank you. Members of the board, we believe that the text of our motion to eliminate largely speaks for itself. Mr. No Runner's Exhibit 1 labeled fake email using my information, we believe should be excluded under the Montana Rules of Evidence 401, 403, and 901. He alleges that it is an image of a fake email, but this does not meet the definition of relevant evidence in this case. The screenshot does not contain email as contained in any part of the official Bureau of Indian Education report, which is our Exhibit A in this case, nor has it been authenticated, and the screenshot was taken several months after the Bureau of Indian Education report came out. It was taken over a month after Mr. No Runner was removed from his position at St. Stephen's Indian School. We believe that there's no probative value and will only serve to confuse the issues and delay the proceedings. Mr. No Runner's Exhibit 2 is a Facebook message that should be excluded under Montana Rules of Evidence 401, 802, and 901. The image does not include the name of the person he alleges that it contains. Even if this were to be authenticated, it does not satisfy the requirements of relevance, as it does not make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of this action more or less probable without the evidence that it alleges to provide. Mr. No Runner's Exhibit 3 should be excluded under Montana Rules of Evidence 401 and 403. Neither Matt Mortimer nor Macy Mortimer's testimony is the sole basis of our licensure discipline action. The truthfulness of the screenshots do not have any tendency to make any existence of facts that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without evidence. Once again, we believe that this is simply an effort to slander former employees, and it is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusing the issues and undue delay and waste of time. Finally, Mr. No Runner's Exhibit 5 should be included under Montana Rules of Evidence 401, 403, and 901. The video lacks context. There is no proof that is taking place where it is occurring. Moving past, there's no proof that anybody in the video is intoxicated. It is a several-second clip that lacks foundation. And once again, it has no tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of this action more probable or less probable. There's no proof where it came from, it just lacks complete total context.
Thank you, Mr. No Runner. You have 2 minutes to respond.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I agree.
Okay. I still think we probably need a ruling on that motion. So does anybody have a motion?
Make a motion, and this would be
To grant, I would recommend either granting or denying the motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the motion presented to the board by the Office of Public Instruction, that, Mr. Griggs has just reviewed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Slinger. Any board member discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so now we are on to the case item. Each side will have 30 minutes to present. That will include opening and closing. Do both parties wish to conduct opening statements or do you wish to waive them?
I wish to conduct an opening statement.
Mr. No Runner?
I'll waive mine. I'm gonna do a closing statement though.
Okay, so Mr. No Runner will be presenting first, but in this case, because he's waiving the opening, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to clarify for the record, Mr. No Runner is not represented by counsel.
That's correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that's.
Yeah.
on the record. Yeah.
Mr. No Runner is not represented by counsel. So Mr. No Runner, you will be presenting first, but because opening statements are usually before evidence, Mr. Craigs, you'll give yours, and then Mr. No Runner, you will go ahead. So I will set my timer for 5 minutes. You can start.
Right. Members of the Board of Education, my name is Brenton Craigs, and I'm the staff attorney representing the Montana Office of Public Instruction in this case. I would like to start that by noting that Mr. No Runner, I apologize, had indicated no objections to OPI's exhibits A through K and their attachments for admission during our final pre-hearing conference. As such, OPI would like to move for the admission of these exhibits into the record.
Is there any opposition to that motion from Mr. No Runner?
No.
Board, do you want to make a motion to admit the exhibits into the record?
Is there a motion to accept these documents into the record?
I'll make a motion to admit the exhibits into the.
Vice Chair Allen with the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, well, seconds. Any discussion? Public comment?
Just
Please.
for clarification, would you list the exhibit numbers that were?
Sure, give me just a moment if you wouldn't mind. I have about well over 1,000 pages of documents here, so give me just a second.
Is that too complicated?
Exhibit A, the unredacted Bureau of Indian Education report with student names redacted along with the attached exhibit numbers with it. Exhibit B or attachments. Exhibit B, Matthew Gonzalez declaration, once again redacted to remove student names and information, as well as the attachments that came with his declaration. Exhibit C, Matthew Mortimer's declaration along with his attachments. Exhibit D, the declaration of Dr. Eldora White Eagle. Exhibit E, the declaration of Shiloh Epler. Exhibit F, the declaration of Jason Lucas. Exhibit G, the declaration of Billy Brost. Exhibit F, the declaration of Dr. Christine Stanton. Exhibit I, PTSB's Wyoming denial of reinstatement. Exhibit J, Mr. No Runner's motion to withdraw. And Exhibit K, St. Stephen's Indian School Board presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? All those in favor of granting these items into the record, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Continue.
All right. On January 23rd, 2024, following OPI's investigation into Mr. No Runner's actions at St. Stephen's Indian School in Wyoming during his tenure as principal and superintendent, the superintendent of public instruction filed a recommendation for licensure revocation with the Board of Public Education under 20-4-110 MCA for Mr. No Runner's Class 1 Montana Professional Teaching License and Class 3 Administrator License, both of which expire on June 30th, 2024. OPI filed this request for revocation of Mr. No Runner's license following the direct notification of Mr. No Runner's actions and subsequent investigation into Mr. No Runner's actions at St. Stephen's Indian School, which OPI was informed of in late July of 2023, which coincided roughly with the time of Mr. No Runner's withdrawal of his appeal of the denial of his license in Wyoming in early August of 2023. And as well as OPI's success in obtaining the unredacted Bureau of Indian Education report on the investigation into Mr. No Runner's actions at St. Stephen's Indian School, also in early 2023, August 2023, excuse me. This unredacted report, which has been edited to remove the PII of St. Stephen's Indian students, Indian school students is included in your packets as Exhibit A. Today, OPI will show by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning that it is more likely than not that Mr. No Runner is guilty of the allegations contained in OPI's complaint, which is less than the criminal standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Just to make note of that Mr. No Runner engaged in conduct which was incompetent, a gross neglect of duty, conduct which was immoral related to the teaching profession as defined in ARM 1057-601A, and which both would have resulted in a denial of his teacher and administrator certificates if this conduct had been known at the time his license was issued by the Board of Public Education on January 12th of 2023, and which resulted in the denial of his certificate in the state of Wyoming on January 23rd, 2023. The alleged conduct includes misconduct of a sexual nature, including attempts to hire staff for purposes of engaging in sexual relationships, inappropriate conduct with St. Stephen's Indian students, and inappropriate conduct with members of the community. Conduct considered bullying, including threats toward parents and staff at St. Stephen's Indian School, consumption of alcohol in school premises and at school-related functions, training seminars, and other professional events, creation of a toxic work environment at St. Stephen's Indian School through favoritism, gross mismanagement of funds, and nepotism. Consumption of marijuana on a regular reoccurring basis on and off school premises, including on paid trips by St. Stephen's Indian School while marijuana was illegal in the state of Wyoming. Misuse of his position at St. Stephen's for inappropriate financial personal gain. Misuse of his position in school funds to influence subordinate staff and members of the Board of Trustees. Failure to report inappropriate expenditures of school funds by members of the school board, including bonuses, use of school funds for personal use, and double dipping on compensation during school trips, and inappropriate use of the school credit card for inappropriate personal expenses. In Mr. No Runner's rebuttal, which was submitted on March 2nd, 2024 to BPE, Mr. No Runner did not deny the allegations of bullying, creating a toxic environment, misuse of his position for inappropriate personal financial gain, misuse of his position in school funds to influence subordinate staff and members of the school board, his failure to report inappropriate expenditures of school funds by members of the school board, or his inappropriate use of school credit cards for inappropriate personal expenses. Mr. No Runner did deny the allegations of sexual misconduct and consumption of alcohol and marijuana on school grounds and at school-sponsored trips. OPI will highlight some pieces of the over 1,000 pages of evidence obtained during our investigation and will call on witnesses to testify to the soundness of the investigation performed by the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board. At the conclusion of the hearing, OPI would ask that BPE immediately revoke Mr. No Runner's teaching and administrator's licenses.
Thank you. Mr. No Runner, it's your turn to present the evidence. Since Mr. No Runner is not represented by counsel, I've told him he can just give a narrative rather than asking himself and answering his own questions. So I'm assuming that's the presentation.
Yeah, I think all my evidence has been thrown out, so I'll just go ahead and answer all the questions I need to answer for Mr. Craig.
Nope. Mr. No Runner, you did say that you did not object to the introduction of any of our exhibits, correct?
Yes, I just said that I don't have on the ones that I submitted. I agreed that with the motion that they be tossed, the 5 that I submitted through email.
And you also did not object to the introduction of the exhibits that OPI has provided, including the Bureau of Indian Education report, our various declarations, providing additional evidence to the allegations in the BIE report, as well as the denial of certificates by the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board for your motion to withdraw, correct?
I'm here to answer all the questions that I need to answer from your office. Yes.
Mr. No Runner, do you still deny the allegations of?
I do. Yes, I do. I deny all the allegations from for the whole BIE report. 100%.
Do you have any evidence to submit to reject or push back against the allegations in the BIE report?
Well, it's kind of hard to get the evidence when your email, all the assets have been taken from you. They were taken 1 week when we were suspended on April 2nd, 2021. My email, my laptop, my school phone, all my potential assets that I could use for evidence, such as my social media, was all taken from me, and all the access, including my school laptop, my school computer, my school email, and also all of my social media.
Mr. No Runner, during the preliminary hearing, you indicated to us that you had not accessed, did you indicate to us that you did not access the exhibits that OPI had submitted to you?
Yes, because from what I saw, they are not new exhibits. They're all from the BIE report.
And did you have any verbal testimony, anything that you'd like to provide as at least providing verbal evidence as to rejecting the allegations in the BIE?
Yes, I would like to say that the Federal Bureau of Investigation joined there's multiple agencies that was investigated all the financial transactions at my school. And back in 2017, the Office of the Inspector General visited my cell where they went through all my credit card, every check ever written to me as a school superintendent there. And upon him leaving, 3 years later, an audit announcement from OIG was also investigated at St. Stephen's Indian School, and it was conducted in the summer of 2018 and 19 to that year. And they came in and they looked at all of the grant year, including all my credit cards, all the checks written to me, everything that I ever was the superintendent and approved of expenditures for all those funding years. And they did file a report that was of the St. Stephen's Indian School, which there was no findings of my school credit card or any wrongdoing of financial transactions on my behalf. The FBI, in speaking with the FBI, handling agent for potential sources, especially the ones that you have as witnesses who are not going to speak today for some reason, but there was a lot of redlined witnesses where the FBI told me that they were not telling the truth. And transactions are like fingerprints. Every time you make a transaction on a school credit card, anytime you make a transaction on any accounting software, it's going to be recorded. They're like fingerprints, and they can be looked at any time. And of course, that the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, its criminal investigation looked at all that, and they did not warrant an investigation on my behalf. Also, the other federal agencies involved, including the Office of the Inspector General and the Bureau of Indian Education, which the lead investigator, James Welch, is also noticeably absent from this hearing. And without a prosecutor, the FBI does not have a case. And like I said, like the OPI's case, it's just like a vision right now. And that was the very first Bureau of Indian Education investigation ever conducted. And on January 12th, 2022, when the Board of Public Education of Montana did grant my license, they were well aware of that Bureau of Indian Education administrative investigation report because it was included into that meeting, and they also had a copy of it during the meeting. You have 3 witnesses, 2 of which are Wyoming officials who was not a part of St. Stephen's, are not even a part of the school during that investigation. And also you have Matthew Gonzalez, who was only there for like 3 months of the time that the alleged allegations occurred. And then also without a prosecutor on board to pursue this case from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they did not warrant a criminal investigation on my behalf. So the United States Attorney's Office did not bring charges. And so I don't know why that I'm sitting back in front of the board because I know on January 12th, 2022, in my discussion with the Board of Public Education, my case would be revisited if and only if federal charges were filed on my behalf. Right now, my record is clean. I have 1 misdemeanor, driving under the influence, and that was way back in 2014. There's allegations of me drinking on campus. Not once have I ever been reported to the cops. When you're a superintendent principal at a school functions, you're going to be approached by many parents in the crowd, and they're going to come up and talk to you, but not only about how good their kids are doing, but they approach you about kids' playing time. They approach you about problems in the school or anything of that nature. And not once have they ever reported me and had the cops come there and arrest me for being under the influence of alcohol. In discussion with the FBI, they did ask me to submit to a lie detector test, which I fully agreed to. I said I would take a lie detector test at any point in time to make sure that I can prove that all these allegations are false. And anything with federal funding, each person that touches funds and conducts a financial transaction, you know, and you try to conceal it, it's not part, I mean, it's a crime. And one thing about the credit card transactions, it was tracked, identified, and also repaid back. And it was also underneath the school policy. There was a school board policy about loans. When I was a superintendent at Lame Deer Public Schools, they also have a salary advancement policy under that nature. So there is school districts in Montana that have the same type of policy. And I believe that no matter what happens today on this vote, if it goes my way, if it does not go my way, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep appealing it and appealing it to it, because in the bottom of my heart, I did not commit all those allegations, and I will stand with that till the day I die. I know that for a fact that 2 administrators wanted my job, and there was a group of people that wanted my position removed so they could take over the school. But the only exhibit that I presented is that we had one of the highest accreditation reports for a Bureau of Indian Education school in the nation, not only for a Native American school, but also for non-Native American schools. And I believe that we did that, and I showed that improvement. That small group of people, including 2 tribal council members who were removed from the tribal council, they just created a mess of that school, what's going on right now. And all it is a personal vendetta against me. And like I said, I will stand till the day I die that all those allegations are false.
Ms. Brown? Has Mr. No Runner been sworn under oath?
Thank you. Mr. No Runner, we didn't conduct the oath earlier, but can you please affirm that everything you've said today and everything you'll be saying from here on out is the truth?
It is the truth.
Okay, and you're swearing to that?
Under penalty of perjury.
Yeah. Under penalty of perjury, you're swearing to that?
Yes.
Raise your right hand and say that. Say, I swear under penalty of perjury that all my testimony today is the truth.
I swear under perjury that under testimony, it is the truth, and I believe in my heart.
Thank you, and apologies for not swearing in the witness ahead of time.
Mr. No Runner, are you aware that ARM 1057-601, which is the definition of immoral conduct in the teaching profession, does not require the filing of criminal charges?
Yes.
Mr. No Runner, have you actually taken a look at the Bureau of Indian Education reports?
Yes, I read the whole thing, and like I said, I've seen reports from the Office of the Inspector General, and it is concise and clear. I could not really follow the Bureau of Indian Education report as well. It's all over the place.
Mr. No Runner.
And to this date, I have not seen the full witness list. To this date, I have not seen which people is, all I ever seen was just witness number 1 to witness number whatever.
Mr. No Runner, earlier in our these proceedings over the past several months, did you say that you had not seen the Bureau of Indian Education report?
I've never seen that. Well, there's two, I guess there's a fully redacted Bureau of Indian Education report. I have never seen an electronic file of that Bureau of Indian Education redacted report. with all the witness names. I have only seen the Bureau of Indian Education Administrative Investigative Report that was published in the media.
Mr. No Runner, did OPI not submit Exhibit A? Did OPI submit Exhibit A to you and to the Board of Public Education, which was the unredacted report redacting only, in our version, students' names back in, I believe it was August 2nd of 2024?
Yes, I did not review any of the, I did not log into the state transfer system.
So you had the opportunity to take a look at this report, correct?
Yep.
And you did not take a look at this report in forming your defense?
No.
Mr. No Runner, you are testifying under oath today. And did you say, if I recall correctly, that there was a paper trail and there was no inappropriate expenditures on your school credit card?
The spreadsheet that I did submit that to the state of Wyoming. That showed my at the time my credit card was zeroed out. So I did submit that myself to Jillian Reagan, and I believe I did skim through that one. I believe it's the same Excel spreadsheet, if I'm not mistaken.
So Mr. No Runner, if I was to refer to an exhibit, you would not have a way to look at that exhibit in front of you because you have not looked at these reports or downloaded the exhibits, correct?
No.
So Mr. No Runner, under the exhibits submitted to the board, Exhibit B, which was the declaration of Mr. Matthew Gonzalez, for example. Under his sections in his statement, (19) and 20, there was I'm sorry, got a lot of information from me. Gonzalez stated in one, they alleged that you, as well as the mother and daughter who ran the business office at St. Stephen's Indian School, spent $10,000 of school funds just buying food for each other, taking trips to Casper, a 2-hour drive away, just to hang out for the day, and that this was demonstrated in attachment D that was included with our exhibits. He also indicated that the mother who worked in the exhibit, and when I say that, I mean attachment D to exhibit B. He also indicated that the mother who worked in the business office had the cost of work on her personal car, which was $1,000 on the St. Stephen's Indian School credit card. The daughter overpaid the credit card bill, charged for Lenovo laptops by $1,000 to pay off the car using the school's funds. Once again, documents contained in exhibit D. Are you saying that these were appropriate expenses to put on a school credit card?
No, I'm not saying they're inappropriate expenses, but the mother was disciplined.
When was the mother disciplined?
At a school board meeting after we were aware of that transaction. I believe that would have been in maybe January of 2020. I'm not one of the school board meetings.
So you're saying that you did not participate in these inappropriate expenses with the credit card on trips to Casper to get food?
To get food, every transaction that was personal in nature was tracked and identified on my behalf, but any other trips, we filled out purchase orders and we also put what that was for. And underneath the Bureau CFRs, you do have, you can provide food when you meet on technical information.
Mr. No Runner, are you also alleging that you have not utilized marijuana?
Not on school grounds.
Are you aware that part of that definition of immoral conduct is also possession of drug paraphernalia, including in a state such as Wyoming where the drug is illegal at the time?
Yeah, it's still illegal there.
Mr. No Runner, are you aware that in some of that there are pictures submitted of you in Exhibit C? I'm not entirely sure how to describe which page number this is. I thought that we had them numbered ahead of time. I apologize. Under drug and with the attachments on the page labeled drug and alcohol incidents, there's pictures of you possessing drug paraphernalia and utilizing drug which may or may not be marijuana on a golf course.
Yes, I'm well aware of that picture.
No further questions.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. No Runner?
Mr. No Runner, what is your current status of your license with the Wyoming PTSB?
I decided to withdraw just because of my family and the political fallout on the media that it had an effect on my kids. I was really hurt that Mr. Craig and also Jillian Reagan of the PTSB would use my kids' attendance records. They do not understand that my kids' health problems, and I'm sure that we can get that documentation of why they missed school. But there was just a lot of I didn't feel right to put my family through that again, and I had no intention of ever returning back to the state of Wyoming to become an educator because of one reason. When all this stuff went down, I did not have a superintendent certification. It expired and I did not plan to renew it. The only reason why I had a PTSB certification to be an administrator in that state is because we could not find a principal at the time. So I had to do the principal and the superintendent job at St. Stephen's. But once that expired, it was you did not need a superintendent certification to be a practicing superintendent in the state of Wyoming, to my knowledge. And it was expressed to me that they could still revoke it. And they sent me a letter underneath the name of the Investigative Review Committee, Investigative Review Board, that would look at these allegations and also conduct their own investigation, which was a majority of me submitting all the documents to that.
Can I just
Yes.
clarify? I think the chair's question was whether or not your license has been revoked in Wyoming. Can you confirm
I think
that?
it's been denied. I was getting to that, Ms. Brown.
All right, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Only for Mr. No Runner or?
Yeah, for Mr. No Runner right now, and then as the other witnesses come up. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned your recollection of a meeting with the Board of Public Education. You thought in 2022?
I could not, could you repeat that, Ms. Brown, for us? I could hear it correctly.
The question was whether you had a meeting with the Board of Public Education. That was in I think Nicole might be able to answer that, 2023.
So I was looking at this 2022, right?
And Board Member Hammond, just to clarify, the case is listed 2022 because that's when you received it from the Office of Public Instruction. The hearing was in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for this witness? And there will be an opportunity at the end to ask if you do have additional ones. He'll be on still. Okay, thank you, Mr. No Runner. So at the end, you'll have again 5 minutes for concluding statements, and we'll move on to OPI's case in chief now.
Members of the board, I would like to call our first witness, Director Brendan O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor, can you please raise your right hand? Can you hear me, Mr. O'Connor? We can hear
If
you.
anyone's
Can you?
talking at this point, I cannot hear anyone.
Can you hear me? Director O'Connor?
Let me see. Are you able to hear me now?
Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Mr. O'Connor, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Connor, would you please provide the board with your full name and job title?
My name is Brendan O'Connor, and I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board.
Mr. O'Connor, I will refer to it as PTSB for the sake of these questions. What is PTSB?
The PTSB is an autonomous state agency that handles all educator licensing for Wyoming. We also oversee all program approvals at the educator preparation programs in the state of Wyoming. We also conduct educator discipline and track the professional development credits for educators to renew their licenses and certificates.
Mr. O'Connor, how long have you worked at PTSB?
In October, I will have been at PTSB for 6 years.
And what is your role?
I'm the executive director, and I've been in this position as executive director since February of 2022.
Thank you. Can you please explain to us how the process of PTSB denying a license works?
Yes, so we receive applications for licensure or permits. We do standard licensures, we do permits, we do exception authorizations, which are a provisional license in Wyoming. As we get those applications in, if an application is complete, meaning all of the information is there, transcripts, if needed, are there, fingerprints are provided, any other additional documents are provided, it goes through our process. The fingerprints get sent to the Division of Criminal Investigation, where we receive those results. If the background is clear, the licensing specialists who are processing that application just file it all the way through and issue the certificate. If there's missing information, for example, we don't receive any fingerprints initially when that application comes in, or if there's questionable material on the background check once it comes back, we have a process of tiers, levels of tiers of kind of severity of incidents. So a single case that happened a number of years ago is a tier 1, really doesn't have an impact, a direct impact that we can see on the educator performing their duties. A tier 2 may be multiple incidents of a related nature or a variety of natures within that time period. Then it goes to an application review committee. Tier 3 is the most severe ones. Those are like typically criminal events. If you have a felony on your background, that automatically goes to application review committee. The application review committee is made up of 2 of our board members. We have 13 board members in total. So 2 members are on the application review committee. It has myself, the administrative assistant, the executive assistant, and our prosecuting attorney general from the attorney general's office make up that ARC, application review committee. They discuss whatever the incidents are, they can make a decision to deny, preliminarily deny. The individual can then appeal that and say, I would like a reconsideration, and can provide additional documentation or evidence that shows that whether it's a criminal event or whether it's just on the licensure side, where they maybe didn't submit all of the transcripts that they needed or whatever the incident may be, they get a chance to provide additional information to the application review committee in a reconsideration. The board can also hear from the individual educator to kind of give a personal statement directly. Well, not the board, the application review committee hears a personal statement from the individual, weighs the evidence, makes that deliberation, makes their decision. Maybe they determine enough evidence has been presented, we're satisfied, we will issue this certificate, or they will recommend denying that application. And then if it gets denied, the individual again has a chance to request a hearing in front of the full board. And in Wyoming, we typically use the Office of Administrative Hearings as kind of a independent third party who will set up that hearing, and the hearing officer kind of directs and moderates the hearing as it goes forward.
Thank you, Director. Director O'Connor, when did you first hear about Mr. No Runner?
Well, I've worked in Wyoming for a number of years, and so I'd heard his name previously and knew he was the superintendent at St. Stephen's Indian School. As in regards to our office, we did receive a reinstatement application, and I believe that was in April of 2022. It might have been early May in 2022. And that was a reinstatement of a lapsed license. And so I heard Mr. No Runner explain that he did have a superintendent and a principal license or endorsements on his license. That is true. That lapsed in February. And so he needed to reinstate, which is almost like applying for the first time. So we do require new fingerprints at that time. And so we received that application. I don't believe we received fingerprints until a later date.
And Director O'Connor, did PTSB initiate an investigation into Mr. No Runner during the course of his application or his appeal?
We did, yes. So while we were waiting for the fingerprint results to come back in, I believe it was early June, we received a redacted version of the Bureau of Indian Education report, along with a complaint packet filed against Mr. No Runner. And at that point, we decided, well, there's something here that we need to look into a little bit more. Also, by that time in June, we had received the background report, which disclosed the one incident that Mr. No Runner did just testify to. But he did not notify us at the time of the reinstatement that that was on his record. So we also considered that as part of it, but he did. We did start that investigation, looked at some more information, asked for additional documentations. Mr. No Runner at the time denied the allegations, and the application review committee asked for additional documentation as part of the reconsideration, and the reconsideration hearing happened, I believe, in October of 2022.
Director O'Connor, what sort of cooperation did PTSB receive from the Bureau of Indian Education during this investigation?
Initially, we got some pretty good cooperation. We did get the redacted report, but we did get some additional information that helped us identify some of the witnesses that were listed. The witnesses were just numbered, as Mr. No Runner testified earlier. We did get some clarification of where those were, who those were, and then how they all kind of intersected and aligned. And then as the investigation went on, we had the last interaction with the BIE investigator. We also tried to attempt many times to contact the FBI agent that was involved and did not receive much cooperation from that agency.
Director O'Connor, did the FBI agent indicate at all to you that the FBI was working with Mr. No Runner?
I believe what we were told is that it was still an active investigation, and that once they were finished, then we would be able to get more documents at that time. But I don't recall that we ever did receive anything.
Director O'Connor, what sort of cooperation did you receive from witnesses during this investigation?
It was mixed. Some provided a number of extra documents, school district records that showed some of the transactions that were in question, other personal statements of incidents of school trips or trips out of state that they participated with Mr. No Runner, and other witnesses did not want to participate at all.
You know, Director O'Connor, you know why those other witnesses did not want to participate at all?
Well, I did not speak with them directly. Ms. Reagan, the discipline specialist, did, and from what, so it's kind of hearsay on my part, but I understand they were afraid to be involved, or they were worried that there would be some repercussion against them or potentially their family.
And Director O'Connor, what was the fallout at St. Stephen's Indian School from Mr. No Runner's actions?
Well, I believe after the Bureau of Indian Education report and some additional pieces that they may have been working on, I believe, if I recall correctly, all personnel were terminated, and then some were allowed to reapply for their positions at a later time. But I believe all administrators, starting from the top through all of it's a really small school, so it's like high school and then elementary are nearly connected. And I think all administrators were terminated, and I want to say some of the central office staff were as well, but I might not be accurate on that.
Thank you, Director O'Connor. That's all the questions I have for you at this time.
Mr. No Runner, do you have any cross examination for this witness?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
So Mr. O'Connor, can you explain why the letter that was given to me first was from the investigative review committee? And then whatever happened with that process?
I don't know what letter you're referring to. We were using an application review committee because it was an application.
I received an investigative review committee on that Memorial Day of February 22nd. I mean, under Memorial Day, May 22nd. It was a certified letter that I received from the PTSB, and it stated that I would be underneath the investigative review committee.
Okay. That may have been an error on our part because you had a lapsed license, but we were doing the application review committee at that time.
I'd like to place an objection. Mr. No Runner, why have you not provided this piece of evidence into the record?
Because I do not have a copy of it.
So, Mr. No Runner, are you saying that we have nothing to go off of other than your word that this letter exists?
It should also exist in the department, professional teaching standing board's records also.
Thank you.
Mr. No Runner, do you have any other cross-examination for this witness?
I do not.
Does the board have any questions for this witness? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Was the reason for denying Mr. No Runner a license, you talked about the various levels of investigation and went up to criminal. Was he denied his license because was there any criminal, was he found guilty of any crimes, or were you using what we might use in Montana, immoral conduct? I guess I'm looking for what level of behavior on his part led to your denial of his license.
Okay, thank you. No, other than the one misdemeanor incident that he disclosed during his testimony as well, that we received at a later date. Our rules do define that our board has, well, our statute actually allows the board to deny based on immorality, reprehensible conduct, gross neglect of duty, and a felony committed after 1996. And so in our rules, then we have all of those: incompetency, immorality, reprehensible conduct, gross neglect of duty. We have Romanettes underneath each of those that kind of better define some of those elements. And so since the allegations in that report included allegations of immorality with students, and then with the reprehensible conduct, there was allegations of misuse of school public funds. There was a question that our board had that never really got clearly satisfied, was at the St. Stephen's School, there is housing on school property, and that is where the instance of alcohol or illegal drug use was based on, it was on school property in that way. And I don't recall all of the other pieces, but there was, because the significance of the number and variety of those allegations, and the fact that we never received kind of refuting documentation to counter those.
A follow-up question. Was the basis of your determination about that immoral behavior, the BIE report, or did you have other areas of investigation that confirmed the behaviors?
We did contact witnesses that I believe we tried to contact every witness that we could identify. And then some of those witnesses provided additional information. And so we used that as part of the investigation as well, as supplemental information.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr. O'Connor, so did you, the board deny granting his license, or did you revoke his license?
We denied the application.
So follow up then, would that, according to your rule, would that be reportable to NASDAQ then?
Yes.
Did that get reported?
Yes.
Anybody else?
I'd like to pursue the same line if I could. What kind of evidence did you find that caused you to make that final decision? You mentioned you talked to some witnesses. But what else did you find?
Yes. Some of the witnesses provided documents, financial documents that corroborated the allegations of misuse of the school funds, and others were more just the personal accounts of, kind of stating what was included in the BIE report as well, just kind of verifying some of those incidents happening.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you. Mr. Craig, just to let you know, I did stop the clock when the board was giving questions. So you have 8 minutes left on your timer.
All right. Director O'Connor, thank you. I'd like to call our next witness, Miss Jillian Reagan. Ms. Reagan, are you there?
But we can't hear her.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ms. Reagan, what is your name well, we know your name. What is your job title?
I'm Jillian Reagan, and I am the Executive Assistant Disciplinary Specialist and the Board Liaison for the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standard Board.
What is your role at PTSB?
I am the Executive Assistant to Brendan O'Connor, and with that, I handle any and all disciplinary cases, including the investigation piece and the background checks at the beginning of the application process.
Ms. Reagan, can you explain to us the process of what occurred with Mr. No Runner's license at PTSB?
Sure. Around May of 2022, Mr. No Runner applied for a reinstatement of his license, which indicates that he does have to provide us fingerprint cards to be sent to the DCI Division of Criminal Investigation. And so with that, he originally did not supply the fingerprint cards. We had to ask for them, and that they may have been on the way. I'm not sure. He was neglecting that piece of the application. But we did finally get them. I want to say at the beginning of June, they were sent to DCI. In the midst of waiting on his background check, we were notified of the BIE report by James Bartlett, who was the investigator for the St. Stephen's case. He provided the investigation, the redacted information, along with a complaint. We ultimately decided that it needed to go to our application review committee to have them kind of review this because there was a lot of pieces that were concerning.
Ms. Reagan, why did the application review committee ultimately deny Mr. No Runner's application?
They ultimately preliminary denied it due to the concerns of that BIE report and learning that there was potentially an FBI investigation.
Ms. Reagan, are you in possession of the rebuttal that Mr. No Runner provided to the Board of Public Education?
Yes, I am.
Are the arguments that Mr. No Runner provides to BPE similar to those arguments Mr. No Runner made in his appeal at PTSB?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was the arguments made in Mr. No Runner's rebuttal similar to the arguments Mr. No Runner made in his appeal to PTSB?
Oh, yes, they were.
And did the ARC still reject his appeal?
Yes.
Was it still on the basis of what you had said, who you had previously stated?
That's correct.
And Mr. No Runner was reported to NASDAQ?
Yes, he was. I believe it was in January of 2023 when it was finalized.
What was your experience with witnesses when you were attempting to get witness statements in this case?
It was very hit or miss. Some individuals were happy to provide information, including transaction history, statements made of the drinking alcohol and the use of drugs. Others were very reluctant to talk to me because they were fearful of their job or what could potentially happen to their family.
Ms. Reagan, were you the primary investigator on this case?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. No Runner, any cross-examination?
Yes, Ms. Reagan, under your understanding, is the school housing on school property?
From our understanding, and this is again coming from the BIE investigator, the school housing was on school grounds.
Okay, are you well aware of the Diocese of the Cheyenne, Catholic Diocese of the Cheyenne, Wyoming?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, they are the sole property owners of that land where the housing.
Mr. No Runner, this is your opportunity to ask questions, not testify.
Okay,
If that's something you want to say in closed, we can testify.
So did you say that you guys denied my appeal?
No, we did not deny your appeal.
So what happened and why was my license denied?
Your license was denied due to your withdrawal.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the board for this witness? No. Okay.
Clarifying question. When you, Mr. No Runner, when you're saying, did you deny our appeal, are you referring to PTSB's initial decision? Or are you referring to the ARC's decision? Or are you referring to the Office of Administrative Hearings?
I'm referring to the PTSB because it's I am the one that made a motion to withdraw the request for a hearing. So I wanted that noted. So I requested to withdraw my application for a license at PTSB.
Mr. No Runner, does that mean, wasn't that appeal because your license was denied by PTSB and it was going through an appeals process?
I think the questions here, Ms. Reagan is the witness, so the questions need to be directed at her.
Sorry.
So, and I guess I can go back a little bit. So we preliminarily denied his license in January. Mr. No Runner then asked for a reconsideration, which did happen in October. The application review committee again denied it. And Mr. No Runner had the opportunity to have it be heard in front of the OAH and our full board. And that is when he withdrew his motion.
And we have a question from a board member. Which year was that in?
That was in 2022.
Any further questions for this one? Okay, Mr. Craig, you have 3 minutes left.
Is it time for closing statements?
Oh, no, do you have another witness?
No, no more witnesses.
Okay. In that event, we can move to closing statements. Mr. No Runner will go first. Mr. No Runner, you have 5 minutes.
I've been an educator on American Indian reservations for 20 years. That's a full career. I also worked on the Crow Reservation, the Northern Cheyenne Reservation, and the Wind River Indian Reservation. The teachers only lost their job because the tribally controlled grant school was given back to the Bureau of Indian Education. So there was a process that had to reapply. So that's why the teachers were all let go. There was 3 administrators that were fired. Not all the administrators were fired. The staff that did reapply, they do have to do the background check through the Bureau because they have more stringent background check. So I believe that also needs to be noted. But I did put 20 years in education. I raised kids from those reservations. I went back, I raised 15 kids that did not have a home, did not have parents, half of which were girls. Not once did they ever have a complaint against me for any inappropriate conduct. I was really surprised to hear that I was being investigated for sexual inappropriateness with students, because like I said, I taught for 5 years. I coached numerous sports, and I also was a principal, a vice principal, and a superintendent on American Indian reservations. I truly believe that there was a group of people that just really wanted me to be fired, and they used every avenue that they could to make that accomplished. But I do not have any regrets for my time working with American Indian children. I did my very best. When this first started happening, I had anxiety, all kinds of stuff, but I realized that as an educator, I did give it my best, and I did make a lot of difference for Native American students. A couple of which I did help one Native American female student graduate from college, and also I'm still helping a Native American student that's attending a United Tribes Technical College in North Dakota. So my heart has always been with Indian students. I've never did it for the money. You don't make no money. I'm not well aware of anybody on the board or anybody that in this hearing has ever been able to run a Native American school, and all the trauma and all the problems that comes with that. But I was able to do it successfully for more than 15 years as an administrator. And I know that people always preaching about second chances, redemptions, and stuff like that. And I would really like a chance to prove myself that I do belong in this profession, because I dedicated my whole life to it. But at the end of the day, I sleep well at night. I put my head on my pillow, and I have no regrets, because I did the very best I can with what I had. And I thank you guys for at least hearing my side of the story, because you guys are this is the very first time that I ever got to express my side of the story to anybody. And I thank you guys for that time. That's all I have there, Ms. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Craig's closing statements for OPI.
How much time do I have?
5.
5 minutes, sorry. Members of the board, the exhibits speak for themselves. Exhibit A is the Bureau of Indian Education report. It includes all 9 of the charges that I mentioned at the start of this hearing: misconduct of sexual nature, bullying, consumption of alcohol, toxic work environment, consumption of marijuana, misuse of his position, for inappropriate financial and personal gains, misuse of his position to influence subordinate staff, failure to report inappropriate expenditures, and inappropriate use of school credit cards. Pages 6 through 10 on the Exhibit A, just to give you a quick ease of reference. It talks about the sexual misconduct. It includes many internal references. There's also references to a sexual misconduct in Exhibit B, sections 28 through 31, as well as attached in the attachment H, in Exhibit C, D, E, G, and H. Conduct considered bullying. Basically, Exhibit A is over 1,000 pages. I know it's a lot to go through. I don't expect the board to go through it. Pages 6 through 20 include the allegations, include short versions of the investigation as referencing to the exhibits that are attached, as well as the conclusions of the the Bureau of Indian Education, which concluded that these charges were valid. Bear in mind, BEIE is a civil entity. It is not a criminal entity like the FBI, where it has to meet the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. It just has to meet a preponderance of the evidence, which is if there's any chance, if the chances are greater that it happened than that it did not. Conduct considered bullying, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit E, Exhibit F, G, H. Consumption of alcohol, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, Exhibit E, F, G. Creation of toxic work environment, Exhibits B, including threats to the board, failure to utilize funds that were provided to the school for students. Exhibit C, Exhibit D, Exhibit E, F, and G, all contributing to a toxic work environment. I forgot to mention on dealing with considering conduct considered bullying. You have threats in there in those exhibits towards parents in the community as well. Charge 5, consumption of marijuana, which is still illegal in Wyoming. There's a photo of that I referenced earlier. Exhibit C, Exhibit E, Exhibit F, Exhibit G, as well as the BIE's report. Misuse of for his position at St. Stephen's for personal financial gain. Exhibit B has significant amounts of examples included. Exhibit C, D, E, F, G, and H. Misuse of his position for school funds. Exhibit B, C, E, F, and G. Failure to report inappropriate expenditures by school board, B, C, and G, including exhibits and financial statements. Inappropriate use of school credit card for personal and for inappropriate personal expenses, exhibits B, C, and E. There's so much to go through that we can't even begin to talk about it in a half an hour. At the end of the day, Wyoming denied his license at PTSB. He went through the appeals process, reconsideration through the I'll call it ARC. That's the abbreviation that we refer to it, and that they refer to it as. And he withdrew his appeal a few days before the final hearing. Mr. No Runner's denial of his license was reported to NASDAQ, and that alone satisfies the requirements of FCA 20-4-110. Of the other allegations, the preponderance of the evidence it's more than a preponderance at this point as far as what is contained in these exhibits. The Montana Office of Public Instruction would ask that the Board of Public Education revoke the Class 1 teaching license and Class 3 administrative license of Mr. No Runner. We invite you to ask any questions you have pertaining to these exhibits, pertaining to the documents that are within, which Mr. No Runner has not opposed the admittance of into the record, and has not done anything to provide evidence to show that these reports or the declarations or the evidence is inaccurate. Thank you.
Okay, now time for board deliberation, and if you have any additional questions for the witnesses, I believe they should mostly, if not all, be online still for your deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Craig. Board members, any questions for any of the witnesses or attorneys? The request from the Office of Public Instruction through the superintendent is that we revoke the Class 1 and Class 3 licenses of Franklin No Runner. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve the request from the state superintendent to revoke the Class 1 professional educator license and Class 3 Montana administrative license in BPE case number 2024-03 No Runner.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. Board member discussion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been uneasy about this case since the beginning. I know you have been too, Ms. Sedgwick, as you and I made the motion last time. I just haven't seen evidence to prove it. And I've been involved in communities before, whether they're Native American or Black or Spanish enclaves where people gang up on people. Happens all the time. So I'm going to abstain.
The board member comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I will support the motion. I think with the denial of licensure from the state of Wyoming and the report to NASDAQ, I don't feel in a position to second guess what another state education agency did in terms of denying a license, and they've been through a much more thorough process than we have. I'm very much sympathetic to Mr. No Runner's pleas perhaps to us, but I will support the motion.
Your board member comments.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I know that he's done a lot of challenging work. There's just a lot of information, and it's hard to decide, you know, what level it rises to. But as we were reminded, you know, our level of determination is a little bit different here. And I agree with Member Quinlan that, you know, other states have done a more thorough investigation and made determination. And just with the abundance of issues and testimony and witnesses, it's hard to continue to look the other way and not make sure that we're protecting students.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very pleased to hear and I was listening to hear the information today. I was very disappointed that Mr. No Runner, who protested his innocence, did not bring relevant witnesses, he said this would prove my innocence, this was prove my innocence, but all that was spoken word and there was no substance to it. I would have been more inclined to not support the motion had Mr. No Runner had something that I could really latch onto, but I don't see that, unfortunately, just words.
Thank you. You're the board member comment. And echoing what others have said, the bar that is set for us is a preponderance of the evidence, and we most definitely have a preponderance of the evidence, and we have, and like you said, Renee, I was looking forward to hearing some evidence to the contrary, and we have none. And so this is what we have to act on. Any further board comment? Any public comment? The motion on the floor is to support the recommendation from the Office of Public Instruction and revoke the Class 1 and Class 3 license of Franklin No Runner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I did not get a chance to unmute and vote aye. I will do so now.
All right, let the record show that Board Member Rasmussen votes in the affirmative. Board Member Hammond, what would you like the record to indicate for your vote?
Abstain.
Abstained. Okay, that is noted. All right, thank you, Brent. Concludes our items for today. Tomorrow morning, we will reconvene at 8:30 a.m. right back in here, where we will start. Well, we've got a couple of minutes here. Board Member Hammond, would you like to take a few minutes now to explain why you gave away rocks?
Yes, I think you all received a rock today, and they were made by the Helena chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. I thought it was especially important for the members of this board to think about some of the ways in which the preliminary plans of the Montana America 250 Commission interfaces with education. The first one is the America's Field Trip, which is a contest for 3rd through 12th grades being run nationally in every state. And the guidelines will be coming out soon for the second year. It ran this last year and it's going to run 2 more years. So we've got opportunities for students to participate from Montana. And in the first round, we had 3 winners, who were national winners, who this last summer have taken field trips to major places like Jamestown or Williamsburg or National Archives, or I don't know what the choices were. They're keeping it confidential on their website, but Peyton T. from Livingston was one of the 3 Montana winners, and the superintendent did not even know that yet. So I was telling him about it. I thought we needed to get the rocks out. And Siley M. from the Crow Agency and Cecilia H. from Missoula did artwork with a beautiful poem. Those were our 3 national winners in the first round, and they should be getting some recognition. The second area is the naturalization test for new citizens in America. The 100-question test. We're gonna be making that available, and that was Senator Sumac got Senate Bill 242 passed. It is now codified in 20-7-19 MCA. And we're gonna try to build on that bill that encourages high school students to see if they can pass the citizenship test. And we're encouraging schools to buy patriotic cords for graduation, to recognize students who do well on the citizenship test. And then, those are two of the major areas. Oh, the third major area is we're working on Burma shave type signs. That in high schools that have woodworking classes, carpentry classes, or construction classes, are going to help us do several thousand of those to go across the state of Montana. So these are yours to put on your desk or keep in your office to think about education and American children. Or as it says on the back, if you find a monument you like or a historic building or something else, leave them there and let people find them.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Flynn, would you like to update us on the plans for this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to. Our board is going to have a dinner at 5:30. You should all have that on your calendar with the location. And then right after dinner, we'll head to the volleyball game, Livingston versus Hardin. Do not wear your orange, please wear your purple. That'll be the plan. What time is it? The volleyball game is.
Seats probably be underway at 4. It's CJV varsity, so by the time we get done with dinner, we should hopefully get there in time for varsity.
Okay. Oh, and keep your badges. This is what will get you into the game. They've already arranged for us to use this as entry. So how do you get to the gym? A TBD on that.
All right, I want to thank all of the board members for all of their work today. Not all of our work gets to be visiting 4-year-olds and seeing work-based learning. There's a lot of very serious and difficult work that we do as well, and I appreciate everybody's effort and dedication to that. With that, we will stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Leave everything here.
Thanks for letting me bungle my way into my first year.
But I did.